All right, so welcome again, everyone, to the Zoom room for this evening's session. We're going to be doing reading section 1 of chapter 4, which we began yesterday. It's called Right Teaching and Right Learning. So we did the first 5 paragraphs of it because it's 13 paragraphs. So we're going to dive in at paragraph number 6. Maybe just might be just useful to quickly read. Just read those 5 paragraphs and not go into too much discussion, just so you have an idea of the context of these next 8 paragraphs. So let me just share my screen with you. Okay, so all right. Okay, so as I said, right teaching and right learning. It's all about teaching and learning. And yeah, we've translated the first 5. So maybe let's just quickly read those so you get a bit of context for where we're at, a bit of a review. We won't discuss it in any detail, but who would like to read paragraph 1 in the translated, just read in the translated version, the grey.
Good teacher clarifies his own ideas and strengthens them by teaching them. Teacher and student are really the same in the learning process. They are in the same domain of learning, and unless they share their lessons, conviction will be lacking. A good teacher must believe in the ideas he teaches, but he must meet another condition. He must believe in the students to whom he offers the ideas.
Okay, so just what's he saying there? 30-second summary. Pretty straightforward.
When he says believe in the students, believe in what sense?
So believe in their, we actually in our executive summary, believe in their ability to learn them.
Okay, yeah, okay.
That they are capable of learning them.
So it says that you learn by teaching, and that the student and the teacher are the same, they equal.
Yeah, the same domain of learning, same order of learning. So you teach what you need to learn. The teacher's learning the same lessons as the student, which is why it's a good idea to teach, because you definitely accelerates your learning. Okay, so next one, number 2. Susie, you want to read that one?
Many stand guard over their ideas because they want to protect their thought systems as they are, and learning means change. Change is always fearful to the separated because they cannot conceive of it as a move towards healing separation. They always perceive it as a move forward, further separation, because the separation was their first experience of change. You believe that if you allow no change to enter into your separate self, you will find peace. This profound confusion is possible only if you maintain that the same thought system can stand on 2 foundations. Nothing can reach pure formless awareness from the belief in separation, and nothing can reach the belief in separation from pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness can neither strengthen the belief in separation nor reduce the conflict within it. The belief in separation is a contradiction. Your separate self and perfect love's self are in opposition. They are opposed in source, direction, and outcome. They are fundamentally irreconcilable.
Irreconcilable.
Is it supposed to say in?
No, irreconcilable. So It's
right.
not reconcilable. Not reconcilable.
Right. You say it well. Because pure form awareness cannot perceive and your separate self cannot know. Therefore, they are not in communication and can never be in communication. Nevertheless, your separate self can learn, even though its maker can be misguided. However, he cannot make the totally lifeless out of the life given. Whew. I understand my confusion now.
Okay, this profound confusion. So what's he saying here?
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm really, yeah. Something's going off in your own mind because of this separation. And you're never going to win, are you? Because you're following the separation and believing in it so much, you're holding on to it.
Yeah.
There is a chance, you can do it, but it's how you're holding on to that belief of the separation.
Yeah. So, and this idea of change, we fear change because the first experience of change we ever had. Sorry, the last one's been given to you. I'm just going to do two things at once. The first experience of change that we had was fearful. It took us into separation, which was not a happy experience. So then we fear change. But actually, we must change our mind if we're in the ego. It's the only way out of it. He's saying you can't make the same thought system stand on two foundations. There's only one true foundation. So so clear. I mean, he says it over and over, but you cannot reconcile these thought systems. And any interpretation of the Course that says you can is completely false. It's not justified by what he's saying. He's saying over and over, you can't reconcile these thought systems. They don't reconcile. You must choose. They don't communicate. So you can start learning from your ego, but eventually the ego will give way. The idea of separate self will give way to the spirit or pure formless awareness. So spirit we've translated spirit as pure formless awareness in here. Okay, happy with that?
Mm-hmm.
So number 3, orally.
Pure formless awareness need not be taught, but the separate self must be. Learning is ultimately perceived as frightening because it leads to the letting go, not the destruction, of the separate self and belief in separation to pure formless awareness. This is the change the separate self must fear, because it does not share my unconditional love. My lesson was like yours, and because I learned it, I can teach it. I will never attack your separate self, but I'm trying to teach you how its thought system arose. When I remind you of your true being, your separate self can only respond with fear. Yeah.
Yeah, so what's he saying there?
Yeah. Well, that the separate self fear the change, basically. It feels threatened by its this soul, like how do you say it? It feels threatened by its how do you say by its erasing, or by its disappearance. Feels threatened by its disappearance from me, or from one going back to its true self, basically, from going back to pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it feels threatened by its opposition. which is pure formless awareness of perfect love.
And it feels the destruction of itself coming upon it.
Mm-hmm.
And like any entity, it wants to exist. It has some kind of existence in your mind. So it wants to continue.
Yeah.
Like a parasite or a virus. These things want to exist, even though they have no real function, no useful purpose. So if you feel that existential fear in doing this course, then you know what it is. It's because the separate self is fearing its demise. Because it knows that this will bring the end to it. This will be the end of it. If you truly learn this course, then the ego is done for. Which is joyous for you, your spirit, but the ego is terrified. Okay, so teaching and learning are your greatest strengths now.
Teaching and learning are your greatest strengths now because they enable you to change your mind and help others to change theirs. Refusing to change your mind will not prove that separation has not occurred. Dreamer who doubts the reality of his dream while he's still dreaming is not really healing his split mind. You dream of a separated self and believe in a world that rests upon it. This is very real to you. You cannot undo it by not changing your mind about it. You are willing to renounce the role of guardian of your thought system and open it to me. I will correct it very gently and lead you back to pure formless awareness of perfect love. About change your mind. Then you don't allow the separation, the pure formless awareness. Dreamer who doubts the reality of his dream is still dreaming.
Yeah. So just doubting it is not enough. We must forgive it or let it go. The doubting is the start of the questioning process. But just doubting the reality is not enough. You must actually deny it in your mind. So this dream isn't real. Not I doubt whether it's real. I'm not sure. It actually has to be a firm denial, which is what forgiveness does. It denies the reality of the dream in the instances where you're really triggered and that your ego wants you to acknowledge the reality of the dream very strongly. And that's why it's so powerful. Because in those instances, to deny the apparent reality of the dream when you're really tempted to believe it is going to be more powerful than if there wasn't a charge. So if there's emotional charge, and then you let it go, that's really collapsing the ego. You're just doubting the reality of the dream. Oh, maybe it's real, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. That's not going to heal your split mind. You need to actually decision, cut away the one option, cut away the ego, and decide for the spirit. And then he's saying, willing to renounce the role of guardian of your thought system. So can you just open it up and say to Yeshua, which is really just your higher self. He's representing your higher self, true self. Okay, I'm willing. Show me, correct this. And lead me gently back home to pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay? Up here, number 4. So number 5, every good teacher. It's you again, Susie.
Every good teacher hopes to give his students so much of his own learning that they will one day no longer need him. This is the one true goal of the teacher. It is impossible to convince the separate self of this because it goes against all of its own laws. But remember that laws are set up to protect the
Continuity.
Oh, you say it so well, of the thought system in which the law maker believes. It is natural for the separate self to try to protect itself once you have made it, but it is not natural for you to want to obey its laws unless you choose to believe them. The separate self cannot make this choice because of the nature of its origin. The true self can because of the nature of its origin. Seems a bit contradicting, but it doesn't actually. Because as you ended that last paragraph, you're asking, you know, for that guidance, because the separate self cannot do it, cannot make the cannot make that choice, because it doesn't want to live. It doesn't want to be. It doesn't want to live by the awareness of love. It just wants to continue, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't exist in perfect love. There's no existence for it. Remember, it's defined by the lack of love. So it can't continue if you bring pure formless awareness of perfect love into your mind, and that's your whole choice. That belief, really, just a belief, just a part of your mind that's been segmented off in your belief, has to go, and there's just going to be pure formless awareness of perfect love everywhere in your mind. It's all encompassing. Okay, so anything else there that he's saying? The laws, I mean, the important point about the laws. I want to summarize what he's saying about laws.
If you follow the true self, it's its natural origin to take you to pure awareness of perfect love. But if you keep following the separate self, you're doomed.
Yeah.
And it's your choice. And that's nice, isn't it?
You understand what he's saying about the laws. So if you want to believe in the separate self, you must then believe in the laws that the separate self has made.
Oh yeah, I was quite vague and I ignored that because I believe that's what's happening to me. Sorry. Yes, I noticed that. Yeah, because if you're going to follow the separate self, you know, it's like, you know, you're talking about it, but I can see myself like a dog with a bone not wanting to let go. So, because I'm so used to it. And like you said about change, we all go through these things, but we don't like change, do we?
Because the ego interprets it as threatening. It's like, well, maintain the status quo and then you'll be safe. And Yeshua's saying, well, you won't be, because this is an insane thought system, an upside down insane thought system, which is very dangerous. And so you can't make yourself safe as long as you stay there. You have to change and change your mind about it to get out of that predicament that the ego has put you in.
Yeah, needs something powerful and profound to take you there. One sentence just to make it happen.
Well, I am love is claiming it, but you know, this is an unwinding. He's got to really get you to see how the ego works, all of its different ways. You become like a detective with this mind training. To really look at it in all of its facets, its aspects, and undo it. So yeah, he's talking about the laws. So we believe in the laws of the ego because that perpetuates the ego. It's about protecting and defending the ego identity. The laws are a projection of that thought system. So if you observed, I mean, COVID was a great learning really for everyone, because you could see very clearly that if people believed in the ego and the separate self, then they had to obey the laws that the ego dictated. And they followed the rules that the ego dictated in that situation. So, well, okay, I've got to wear my mask, got to take my vaccine, because that's the rule, even though it wasn't made law. It's like it's a rule or a law of the ego. In order to be safe, you must take the vaccine. Well, then you have to if you believe you're a separate self in your body, then you have to obey those laws, don't you? Because the alternative means you have to discard the belief that you're a body and that you can actually be threatened by the so-called virus. And those two thought systems don't reconcile at all. You get that? So it's a system of thought, the laws that go with it. It's all part of the system, and we're caught up in that system, which is why it's seemingly quite hard to get out. So the internal, the ego's false thoughts, emotions, states of mind, perceptions, is what's generated the external. So false objective and false interobjective, false systems, networks, government. If it's all coming from a false thought system, then all of it must be false. And all the laws that make up this external world, laws of personal behavior, laws of societal behavior, all of that is part of the construct of the ego. So this goes very deep. You've got to undo the whole thing, collapse the whole construct in your mind to be free. Does that make sense within the context of the integral model? Okay, so that brings us to number 6, which is where we left off yesterday. So I think it's Aurelie's turn. If you can read number 6 for us in the original, and then the alternative, just do it sentence by sentence.
Egos can clash in any situation, but spirit cannot clash at all.
Okay.
So egos can clash in any situation. Separate selves, yeah. Separate selves can clash in any situation, but pure formless awareness cannot clash at all. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So
we're all familiar with the clashing of the ego, our separate self rubbing up against another one. That's called conflict in this world.
Yeah.
It happens a lot because this belief in separation has seemingly separated those two minds, and they don't believe they're one. They don't share ideas. Okay, so number 2.
If you perceive a teacher as merely a larger ego, you will be afraid, because to enlarge an ego would be to increase anxiety about separation.
Mm-hmm.
If you perceive a teacher,
I've experienced this with someone, actually. I know exactly what he's talking about. So could see the effect that it had on her. Then she couldn't get over it, so she's no longer with. No, it was someone who was with us last year, and this happened, and I think she perceived me as a larger ego and was afraid. She said something like, I can't compete with you. I can't match you. I'm like, it's not about matching. That's ridiculous. But she was perceiving it from a separate self point of view.
Okay.
Me as a larger ego. And then she was afraid, and then withdrew. So I've seen this misinterpretation. To enlarge an ego would be to increase anxiety about separation, wouldn't it? And that's then exactly what happened, separation. But that's not true. The teacher, if the teacher is truly a teacher of God, then the teacher is not a larger ego. The teacher represents your higher self or true self.
Yes, so she was afraid of her higher self, or true self.
Yeah, and misinterpreted it as, as a larger ego, but that wasn't actually the case. So beware of that, and recognize that your teacher is really the same as you. Your teacher is actually no different. Your teacher was also a student, is still a student actually, because you never stop learning until you fully awaken. And so you're in the same order. You have respect for a teacher as a brother, but not all. He discusses that in chapter 2 quite a lot. There's no worship. Oh, you're somehow a level above me. As Alan Watts said, pedestalized. We pedestalized Yeshua. Put him on a pedestal and said, he's now like a demigod. He's somehow above us. Well, that's false, because he's in the same order. He's an extension of perfect love, just as we all are.
Yeah, that's what people do as well with false idols, like for example, their favorite singers or favorite star, or whatever. They put them on a pedestal. They see them as a god. Yeah, they're God.
Yeah, so there's a larger ego, but you perceive a teacher as a larger ego. That larger ego will seem to be threatening, seem to overwhelm you, and then you'll be afraid, and then that'll often lead to a disconnection. Fear disconnects and separates, which is exactly what happened in this instance. Increased anxiety about separation.
I will teach with you and live with you if you will think with me. But my goal will always be to absolve you finally from the need for a teacher.
Yeah. So he's talking about himself. I, Yeshua, will teach with you, live with you, if you will think with me. So he's asking us to share the same thought system. My goal will always be to absolve you finally from the need for a teacher. So absolve means release you, to, how about free you?
Yeah, after having done enough practice or learning.
Yeah. So because he's returning you to your true self.
To atonement.
Holy Spirit.
After you're done atoning, basically.
And he leaves us in the charge of the Holy Spirit at the end of the course. Lesson 365, 361 to 365. He's good on his promise. He says, I need it, my goal is to absolve you. So he's saying, no more words are required. If I need a word, then the Holy Spirit will give it to me. If I need a thought, it's also going to give that to me. If I need just stillness and a tranquil open mind, these are other gifts I will receive him. He is in charge by my request. So he's delivering us to our own internal guide. Just helping us to train our minds so that we're very clear. We can connect to the Christ in us. We know that's who we are, and the Holy Spirit, which is the ability to reinterpret the dream. And we've been trained, so we don't need more training. We just need to operate the system. And then you might use the course as a reminder. So, okay, I know this, but just let me keep myself on track and remind myself periodically. So he's telling us this is where he leaves us. No more specific lessons are assigned, for there's no need of it. Henceforth, hear but the voice of God and for yourself, when you retire from the world to seek reality instead. He will direct your efforts. Do you want to read that?
No more specific No more specific lessons are assigned, for there is no more need of them. Henceforth, hear but the voice for God and for yourself when you retire from the world to seek reality instead. He will direct your efforts, telling you exactly what to do, how to direct your mind, and when to come to him in silence, asking for his sure direction and his certain word. His is the word that God has given you. His is the word you chose to be your own. Wow, that is really really good.
So that's where he leaves us. You know, say my goal as a teacher is to absolve you from the need for a teacher. You have your own internal guide, which is your true self, your Christ self, and the Holy Spirit, which is able to reinterpret the dream for you, and you just listen to that guidance.
It's funny, I was just thinking of David of Meister, and I see his picture there on the back. Because I can hear David of Meister also like walking that path and talking about it, because I've heard him talk about this. And I can see his face there on the YouTube video on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an example of someone who's walked the path. And Yeshua is as good as his promise. You know, he leaves us there. He says, okay, my goal is to absolve you from the need for a teacher. So no more specific lessons are required once you've completed this. Just stay in the spirit. The mind has been trained. You know, so in practice, you might want to practice the lessons just to help you stay there. You know, it's about mainly you understand, but it's like the ego still comes in. And so then, you know, you need to let it go, and you know that's going to be a lifelong practice. But you understand the truth once you've gone through this course thoroughly, done the text and the workbook for a year, and the way we're going to do it this year. You know, you will understand, and then it's just the practice of it. Okay, we'll just keep applying it, apply it in every situation, to every life situation, every circumstance that arises, without exception. And that's ongoing practice and mind training to be that vigilant. Okay, so where are we? My goal will always be to free you finally from the need for a teacher.
This is the opposite of the ego-oriented teacher's goal. He is concerned. Oh yeah, you wanted to add the separate self maybe. This is the opposite of the separate self-oriented teacher's goal. I quite like the word ego here because it speaks for itself.
Yeah, ego-oriented teacher's goal. The separation-oriented teacher's goal.
I think ego is good here. Well, what do you think, ladies?
Yeah, say ego.
Keep it as ego. Okay.
So he's concerned with the effect of his ego on other egos. Ooh, reinforcing the ego. He's concerned
his separate
with the
self
effect of his separate self on other separate selves, and other separate selves, and therefore interprets their interaction as a means of ego preservation, so his separate self-preservation. Oh yeah, preserving him. No.
Preserving separate self.
Preserving a separate self.
Yeah. I've seen this. You know, we've all had teachers, been on various workshops and so on, and you do see if they're a teacher and they have ego, you see that their teaching is about keeping the separate self going, and usually there's a superiority. You know, the ego-based teacher will be like, I'm somehow superior to you. I remember the one chap, he literally had a badge on saying master teacher. He's the master teacher. And everyone else then presumably is not. You know? So it's elevating himself above, which is separation. And so he's using his teaching to create an ego identity for himself, and obviously for his students as well, which is the opposite of what the teacher of God should be doing. And he was he said he'd studied A Course in Miracles for 11 years, but I didn't see any Course in Miracles in his teaching. So I challenged him on it, and then I was told to shut up and get back in my box, literally, in front of everyone else, because he found it threatening. Because I was challenging him, saying, well, maybe, actually what you're teaching isn't correct. It was all about consciousness, and what was his teaching was you're a unique, a once in a lifetime. You have a once in forever chance, in this lifetime to do something extraordinary. But very much about the unique, separate self, not teaching oneness. And I nearly walked out, but I'm glad I persisted, because I got a miracle at the end of it. But you do see, there was another guy. The guy was a tyrant. He was tyrannizing his students and freaking them out. It was like the whole thing. You could see it was his ego playing a game. He wanted to be the teacher. He wanted to be the elevated, superior teacher, and he was running the whole thing not for his students to awaken them, but to perpetuate his separate self and his apparent knowledge and superiority over others through that whole workshop. And well, it didn't work. People didn't continue with it. But you do sense when someone's authentic and or not. This does come through. So you got to be wary. Who do you allow to teach you? It's very important that you have discernment. Because if the person has their own separate self going on, then they're going to use that the teaching to perpetuate it, and they will try and keep you in your separate self. So this, any kind of guru worship, or you're my guru. Remember one guy saying, "Well, I've kind of handed over everything to this person because they know better, they know more than me." And I'm going, "What? Do you really want to do that?" Because they're a person. They're not. They're not. How do you know they're fully enlightened? And then, as it turned out, 6 months later, I spoke to him. He was very disillusioned. It's like, well, actually, the guy was, was a bit of a fraud, and he ended up having an affair with one of his students. So, not really that enlightened if you're engaging in, special relationships and sexual affairs. So, you need to be wary. You surrender to God, and the Christ, which is coming from God, pure formless awareness, and the Holy Spirit. Those are your guides and your teachers. And any true teacher of God will just be helping you to connect with that. They should be facilitating that connection with your own true self. So ultimately will free you from the need for any teaching. Okay, so happy with that?
Okay, I will not be able to devote myself to teaching if I believed this, and you will not be a devoted teacher as long as you believe it.
Talking about the it being concerned with the effect of his separate self on other separate selves.
Yeah.
Interprets the interactions and means of preserving his separate self. So it's not being used for healing. The teaching has been used to perpetuate the thought system, which you're trying to undo, which is obviously contradictory.
Yeah.
And if you were talking about people like Tony Robbins and others, if it doesn't resonate, that's probably the reason, because the separate self is still in the teacher. And you can perceive that.
Yeah. So I am constantly being perceived as a teacher, either to be exalted or rejected, but I do not accept either perception for myself. Not sure what exalted means actually. Exalted.
Yeah. So exalted means, like put on a pedestal.
Oh, okay.
Alan Watts used a word, pedestalize, whether it's actually a word or not, but put on a pedestal, so exalted, of a person or their rank or status at a high or powerful level.
Level, yeah.
Right? And it can also mean in a state of extreme happiness.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
exalted, yeah.
Exalted, high or powerful level, either to be being perceived as a teacher, either to be, how about put on a pedestal?
Yeah. Or rejected. Yeah.
I do not accept either perception for myself.
Yeah.
So people have this with Yeshua. You see, they either pedestalize and go, he was the greatest, he was the Son of God, and traditional Christians say he was the only one, right? He was the only Son of God. He was so special, and he had to die for our sins. And there's no way I could possibly be like him. It's blasphemy to believe that I'm like him, even though he actually said it's in the scriptures that he said, you are exactly like me. They still think it's blasphemy because they are in their own separate self and they can't accept their equality with him. They have to see the separation. See? So they have to see him as outside of them, as separate from them, as above them, in order to maintain their separate self. And so he's saying, I don't accept that perception. Yeah. People want to perceive that, that's up to them. But, I'm not on a pedestal or I'm rejected. People can also go, nah, this Jesus, I don't want anything to do with it. He didn't even exist, or he didn't live, or, it's all Christian bollocks or whatever. And I have no interest. And so those are the sort of two extremes of the perception of it. But he's saying, I don't accept either perception for myself. So people can perceive it however they want. He's completely unaffected. He doesn't care what you think of it. He's just asking you to listen to the teaching. It's not really about Yeshua. Yeshua is just a man who came into this awareness of the Christ mind and who he really was 2,000 years ago. So, because he's been a man and he's journeyed through the human experience, he's a good teacher. He understands what it is to be human. He understands as he says at some point, I could not, understand the importance of your ego and your body to you if I hadn't been tempted to believe in them myself. So he's walked the path. He knows what it's like to be human, which means he can be a good teacher to us. So why we should follow him, because he's got out. He's out the matrix. He's not human anymore, but he's been human, so he knows what it's like. And that's what you want. Someone who understands your condition, but is not caught up in it themselves. Too many teachers still in form, in bodies, are still caught up in themselves. They haven't fully escaped and transcended. So they've got their own ego issues, which they're still grappling with. And then, of course, that comes into the teaching.
Yeah.
So that's why, when I decided, I shopped around, you look at various teachers, I was like, I don't really want a human teacher. I want someone who, has transcended it. And then it came along in Yeshua. It's like, okay, so he's actually giving us the teaching through the book, very clear instructions and directions. And it's coming from beyond this world, but he's speaking in language we can understand. And I can trust him because he has done it. He's walked the talk. He has escaped. The resurrection was a proof of his attainment. He was beyond the ego. He transcended the thought system of death. The resurrection demonstrated that. Okay, you could deny it. Some people say, well, it never happened. Oh, that's your choice. You want to believe that. But historical evidence is quite clear that it did happen. There was something pretty amazing that went down there. And that's the Christian church wouldn't have been founded unless it had happened. The reason why the Christian church happened was that because he did resurrect. And his disciples saw that. They had so much faith that they went out there and they taught, the message to all the known world. Because they'd witnessed it. And he knew that. He knew that example would inspire them to do that. And then his teaching would become a world teaching as it did. Okay, so any thoughts, comments, questions on that? Otherwise, let's just do a executive summary of it. The separate cells can clash in any situation, but pure formless awareness cannot clash at all. Okay.
If I perceive a teacher as merely a larger ego, I will be afraid, because to enlarge an ego will be to increase anxiety about separation.
Yeah. And I've seen that, as I said, in an instance. It was very clear that when I read this, it was okay, so that's what was actually going on there. I get it now. It was quite helpful. Yeah, let's just put a comment there. So saying don't make this mistake. So that the correct perception of any teacher is, this person is the same as me. They're not anything special or different. They're really the same as me, and they're just reminding me of my own true self. That's all. Playing the role of reminding. But they are exactly the same as me. So I'll be afraid, because to enlarge it will increase my anxiety about separation. Okay, so then this, I will teach you there. You have to change that. So
With me?
so do we want to make it Yeshua? Do we want to make it, I think, what was it yesterday, the day before? We kept it as Yeshua there, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeshua will teach with you. Yeshua will teach with me. It's quite, I understand why he does. It's quite comforting, isn't it? Thinking, okay, there's this.
Yeah, will teach with me and
figure,
live with me
person.
if I would think with him.
Yeah.
But his goal will always be to free me, finally, from the need for a teacher. His goal is to free me, from the need for a teacher.
For a teacher. So once we've attained to his level, we're in the Christ mind. There's no need for teaching or learning, is there? We're exactly the same as him. So we're trying to raise us up to his level.
Yeah.
So that we can be one in the Christ mind, which is the opposite of the ego-oriented teacher's goal.
This is the opposite of the ego-oriented teacher's goal.
No, the
ego-based teacher is concerned with the effect of his separate self on other separate selves, and therefore interprets their interaction as a means of preserving his separate self. So, I would not be able to devote myself to teaching if I believed this, and I will not be a devoted teacher as long as I believe it. Now we said Yeshua, so Yeshua will. Wait.
Yeah, I quite like that.
I would not be a devote myself. I didn't know you could say a devote like this. Yeah. I will not be a devotee.
I will not be a devoted.
No, devotee. Is it a devote or devoted?
I will not be a devoted teacher.
I will not be a devoted teacher if I believed this, and I will not be a devoted teacher as long as No.
Yeah, okay, so he's already said, so yeah, let's just change it. So Yeshua and remember how we translated devotion.
No.
Don't you remember? What was devotion?
Not be.
Unconditional love.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, unconditional love.
So that's what devotion means. I unconditionally
Yeah.
love you. I see you as you are.
Yeshua
your
would
truth.
be an unconditionally loving teacher if he believed this. And I will not be a devoted teacher as long as.
How might we just shorten it into some? Say, I will not be a devoted teacher as long as I believe in my separate self.
Yeah. I am constantly being perceived as a teacher, either.
Take that off. Yeah. Was it really what we're trying to do with this personalized summary is make it very about you, you know, about your own experience. So do you want to read that from the top?
Yeah. Separate selves can clash in any situation, but pure formless awareness cannot clash at all. If I perceive a teacher as merely a larger ego, I will be afraid, because to enlarge an ego will increase my anxiety about separation. Yeshua will teach with me and live with me if I will think with him. But his goal is to free me from the need for a teacher. This is the opposite of the ego-oriented teacher's goal. The ego-based teacher is concerned with the effect of his separate self on other separate selves and interprets their interaction as a means of preserving his separate self. I will not be a devoted teacher as long as I believe in my separate self. Or I will not be an unconditional loving teacher as long as I believe in my separate self.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Because that's the most powerful teaching, isn't it? If someone's unconditionally loving towards you, then it's a demonstration of the thought system. He or she is demonstrating exactly what they're teaching in the way that they interact with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as I believe in my separate self. So that's what devotion really means.
Yeah, that resonates.
Okay, so what's he saying there in summary? It's a key idea of that paragraph.
That a good teacher or an unconditional loving teacher cannot believe in his separate self.
To do so is to then you'll use the teaching to perpetuate the separate self.
To act from his separate self. So.
Yeah, which is then ego-based teaching, and it's going nowhere. You're not actually healing anyone. You're just using the teaching to reinforce your separate self and the separate self of the students, which is not helping either. In truth. And so there's lots of these kinds of things that have happened in the past. Different cults and we talked about the whole personal growth movement and etc. And it's not really helpful in healing, because the separate self is not being undone. It's actually been strengthened through that. So he's giving us the how to discern really the difference between an ego-based teacher and one who's unconditionally loving. and saying, well, choose only. And he's saying, well, choose me. I'm unconditionally loving. He has no ego left. There's no separate self to still, want to carry on as human and play games. He has no investment in what your perception of him, of what you think of him. He's not interested in personal kudos. He's not interested in getting your money. He's not interested in any of that. He's beyond it. So that's it's the kind of teacher you want, isn't it?
It's interesting. We're reading about this teacher context or teacher content. So Mama was telling me she always watched this news, which is always negative, and there's a teacher that's just been killed by a student. I was wondering what would push a student to kill his teacher, his own teacher.
Wow. What, spiritual teacher?
No, I think it was at school. It was in a school.
Cool. Right.
Like in a high school or high school, I think. Middle school or high school. Yeah.
Yeah, well, who knows? What the dynamic was. But,
yeah, you never know if he got triggered or if she said something, then you never know. Yeah. But people love to emphasize on stories like that. Oh my God, yeah, it's like, okay. Yeah.
It makes the separate self real. So
yeah.
The ego loves it. But the spirit just says, nah, still not true.
Yeah, exactly.
Still not true. Death, disaster, mayhem, chaos. No, it's still not true.
Oh my God. People love to focus on this kind of story. Goodness.
I don't buy it. It's bizarre, really. Why would you want to? But the ego loves it because it makes the separation real. It makes the world seem scary and fearful.
Yeah.
It justifies an entire thought system based on separation. So that's why people are addicted to the news and stuff, because it feeds their separate self. It's nightly dose of pain, suffering, drama, death. And I remember I was staying in December, January for a lady. She'd watch these murder mysteries. There are these programs where they talk about like how they catch serial killers and stuff. So she's watching this like before bed, like night, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's my mom. That's what she did.
Do you really want to watch that stuff? Oh, no, I find it fascinating.
And then she projects all these crap.
Why do you want to watch programs about killers?
Yeah, that's what she does. And then she projects that and she brings me all these fears the next day about, oh my God, someone killing oh my God. She's projecting this.
Why would you want to program yourself just before bed with stuff about serial killers and just like crazy? And
yeah.
She's
I'll have nightmares about that. I'll have nightmares for sure about that.
Well, just don't expose yourself to that stuff. It's just not helpful. But she's just lost in. There's nothing you can really say. I'm like, well, okay, what can I say? So you shouldn't expose yourself to that. It's not helping your mind at all. It's not going to help your sleep. It's not helping you in any way. No wonder you're a bit depressed.
Exactly. Then you wonder why you're feeling so like crap. Yeah.
24/7. She'd watch TV all day, like this kind of rubbish. It's like no wonder your mind is just absorbing all this really dark stuff.
Who is that you talk about?
It was where I was staying in December, January, and we couldn't really. We just poles apart. So it didn't really work out long term because how do you work with that? It's very difficult.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm still alive out of this situation, really. I think this course is saving my life.
But it'll free you, ultimately this will free you from your from whatever the life situation is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Hi, Lynn. Yeah, how are you? Lynn's just said hello.
Hello.
Would you like to read for us?
Hi, Lynn.
I'm just sending a message saying I'm too tired to read.
Oh, right. Okay.
Sorry, but I wanted to stay on here. I'm really glad to be here. I didn't mean to send the hi all. But I've just got in from work. I'm really tired, but I want to be on here if that's okay, but I can't read.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hi all. Goodbye. I'll be quiet now.
Hi and goodbye. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So where are we? Number 7. Let's crack on. We've still got a few paragraphs to go. So who wants to read number 7? Let's
I
start.
go?
Yeah, Sally, you can go.
Yeah, because I know I'm going to go for a dog walk in a little while. So.
Right, okay.
Your worth is not established by teaching or learning.
Yeah,
Your
that
worth,
doesn't need a translation.
your worth is established by God. Your worth is established by pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So do you think we should translate worth to value? Is that a stronger word, or you happy with
Worth works
worth?
for me, makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
value
worthy.
would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Value. What do you think, Aurelia? Worth or value?
They're both good words. New words, not established.
How about we?
I quite like worth. It's because listening, like the core belief we keep talking about is being unworthy of love. So
Yeah.
I think worth is very powerful if we think about
Okay.
what we're busy doing, like.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep it. So your worth is established.
Your worth is established by pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah. So this is a massive paragraph. This actually. Maybe we'll read it before Sunday session.
Yeah.
It's not established by teaching or learning or anything you do. Your worth is established by God.
Wow.
Not by this ultimate awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. As long as you dispute this, carry on saying.
Am I not doing the original? No.
It's going to be the same. The next couple of sentences is going to be the same. No
As
translation.
long as you dispute this, everything you do will be fearful, particularly any situation that lends itself to the belief in superiority and inferiority.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. I've just been working with being worthy of love, so it does help to read it.
Yeah, I agree.
Particularly any situation lends itself to the belief in superiority and inferiority. If you don't know your true worth, then you'll continuously be perceiving, superiority, inferiority. Someone's trying to be superior to me. Someone's inferior to me. Because you don't know your true self. You don't know your true worth. And once you know your true worth, then these kinds of games can't really affect you. You have no interest in playing them. Because your true worth is also everyone's true worth. So you recognize that we're actually the same, we're equal. And these games of superiority, inferiority, victim, persecutor, all the ego games based on separation just cease to have any interest. You don't want to play them anymore. So that's what we're doing. We're collapsing the false idea of unworthiness, that you need to do something. The false idea the ego's told you is you need to do something to be worthy. Even the idea of growth. Think of the personal growth movement. You need to grow to be worthy. That's the paradigm. No, you need to be growing. You need to be learning continuously. Otherwise, you're just kind of a vegetable and you're an oxygen thief and you're just taking up space on the planet and you're not worthy. That's sort of the teaching, isn't it? And if you're not growing continuously and learning and then striving, then you somehow, you're not worthy. So all the non-personal growth people who are just asleep, well, they just kind of, they're somehow less than you. I mean, this is how it goes, isn't it? In that it's a thought system that's based on the idea of, well, I have to be doing something. I've got to be learning something. I've got to be growing. I've got to be doing something. Otherwise, I'm not worthy. So I'm a human doing, not a human being. And you'll never find peace in it. Because the truth is you're not human, and your doing should just be a product of your being. Your doing will be governed by the being that you are. But primarily, you are being. And your teaching and your learning, and nothing that you can do can establish that worth. It's given to you. It's, they say by grace I am saved. Your worth is established by grace, and it's just given to you. You don't have to earn it. This, by the way, was the insight that led to the Reformation in 16th century Europe. So Martin Luther had this insight that it's not by works. There's a biblical line, not by works that we are saved, but by grace. And he couldn't really get his head around because there's so much programming of the Catholic, all the guilt and the sin, not by works, but by faith. Bible verse. There we go. It's very well known. Said we're saved by grace through faith, and not by our own efforts or works. That's Ephesians. So that particular scripture, he couldn't really get his head around, and he wrestled with it. And then he spent a whole night just thinking about it, praying about it, and eventually he broke through that sin and that guilt program, which was so heavy, to realize that it's by grace alone that we are saved. There's nothing we can do. It's given to us by God via the intermediary of Jesus Christ. He couldn't quite go fully to God directly, but Jesus was sort of the intermediary, so he could accept that by grace alone. And that message, because it's true, that message was the core of the Reformation of Europe. That was what kick-started the whole change, social revolution. That was the start of then what became the Industrial Revolution, the Renaissance. It all started with one man saying, no, this program of sin and guilt, and that we have to do something to be saved, is incorrect. It's false. It's by grace we are saved. We are given this by the grace of God through Christ Jesus, as he would say, because they needed Jesus as sort of the intermediary. And then, because he really felt he connected to the truth there, he felt inspired to teach that. And so then he wrote his 95 premises on, and he hammered them to the door at the church in Wittgenstein. And that kicked off a whole revolution, because the teaching of the Christian church, of the Catholic Church, for 1,000 years had been false. They've been telling people it's not by grace that you're saved, even though it's in the scripture. It's now by all kinds of ridiculous solutions. You've got to pay indulgences. They were telling people you have to pay to get into heaven. And he said that is a blasphemy. That is completely against what the scripture says and what's in the Bible. So he was correct. And that moment of insight, the truth that he came to in that night of breaking through and having an insight, maybe had a mystic experience. I don't know exactly what his experience was, but he certainly broke through the guilt and the sin. That experience was the catalyst for the transformation of the entire Europe, which is quite extraordinary, really. That one man's experience, and then just the courage to say, okay, I'm going to teach this, even though it goes against this false doctrine of the dominant power in that time, which is the Catholic Church. He was willing to stand against it and say, no, actually, it's incorrect. And it's in the scripture. You can read it. The line is in the Bible. So why have you taught falsely? And that was the beginning of a profound transformation. It was the beginning of an awakening. That was a part of this awakening at-one-ment process that humanity is going through in the 16th century. When that happened, that kick-started the series of changes which have led us now to the point of, okay, we have the Industrial Revolution, we have science, we have technology. We're now able to have this kind of conversation and not be crucified and not be, burnt at the stake, whatever, because of that, all of that history that went before us. So you have to be very grateful to these people who paved the way. If Martin Luther hadn't been willing to do that and put his own life on the line, because he did, then transformation doesn't happen, and we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing currently. Okay, so where were we? It's back to grace, by grace. This is what it's saying.
Hey, Jonah, I just wanted to ask, because a lot of people I know have been going through these physical symptoms of having headache. What is that a sign of a shift, or like the ego sending a message, or when someone experiences a headache?
Yeah.
Is it a symptom of shift or transformation? What you say, right?
Yeah. Very
Because
often.
I used to look at Louise Hay, she always has something for each symptom, and she said it was the invalidating the self. That's what she said for a headache. I think it was something like that, invalidating the self or something.
Yeah, I'll remember that's her interpretation. That may not be always the case for every headache. If you're getting a headache in reaction to this kind of work, it's usually the ego reacting. And saying, I suppose, invalidating the self, saying no, it's this isn't true. Actually, pain is reality.
Yeah.
You have a headache, so there's pain. Lynn, you talked about migraines, and you can see the connection between your thoughts and those symptoms, those physical symptoms. So it's a result of a denial of love, and then if you're starting to really push the ego and challenge it, trying to overcome it, then it kicks back and it uses physical pain to try and convince you that it's true. Pain's one of its best arguments for its existence. So yeah, it's common, it's normal. I've run a number of these courses and retreats and stuff, and this stuff happens, kicks stuff off, and you get physical symptoms, but that's part of the healing. It needs to get worse temporarily to get better often.
Yeah. Okay.
And one lady, like she said, it was terrible. She was purging, just vomiting and diarrhea on both ends. But it was like a purging, and then her for 3 nights she had no pain. She'd had back pain for 2 years, and she always had to take painkillers. Said it was gone. Pain just disappeared after the purging.
Amazing.
So, yeah, it just shows you what's possible. It came back, unfortunately, because she didn't. If she kept on, she might have healed it permanently, but she didn't after the course. So it came back because the ego took hold again.
I usually wake up with a lower back pain, and then I meditate and it goes. It's weird.
Yeah. So pain is the ego's best argument for itself, because you're in pain. Then pure formless awareness isn't there. You've got pain instead. And the pain tells you that you're in pain and someone else isn't, so you're separate. You've got your own unique little condition going on. And of course, the more entrenched that becomes, the more pain and sickness, the more the separate self gets strengthened. So people get addicted to their pain and their sickness because it's the identity behind it that they get addicted to.
Thank you. That's a good one.
Okay, so number 3, as long as you dispute this, everything you do will be fearful.
As long as you dispute this, everything you do will be fearful, particularly any situation that lends itself to the belief in superiority or inferiority. Teachers must be patient and repeat their lessons until they are learned. I am willing to do this because I have no right to set your learning limits for you.
So saying, I'll keep repeating the lessons. He's very patient. Yeshua just keeps on, very patient. He doesn't lose patience with us. He says, okay, so here we are. You still got ego, but I'm not condemning you. There's never condemnation. It's just like, okay, I want to work with you gently, as gently and kindly as possible, to help you to undo this. I have no right to set your learning limits for you.
Again, nothing you do or think or wish or make is necessary to establish your worth.
That's a golden line, isn't it? Again, nothing you do or think or wish or make. So nothing you could say or say. Nothing you do. Let's add it. Nothing you do or think or say or wish or make is necessary to establish your worth.
Yeah, it's quite liberating, isn't it?
Hugely. You don't have to do anything. By grace, you're saved. You just have to accept it. See, not by works. This is the teaching. Not by works are we saved, but by grace. It's given to us. Because if it's by works, if it's because of what we do, that's always going to be limited, isn't it? Is it going to be enough? I could dedicate my life to service to God like a Mother Teresa, but I might still have my doubts. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe that's not enough to get into heaven. Maybe I haven't done enough. Maybe there's more people I could have helped.
That's so amazing, because it's really synchronistic.
Is that part of the whole Messiah complex that you had? I'm
No,
trying
no,
to save people.
It's actually my mother-in-law who was sending me a message. Actually, is telling me she's got a headache and she's been praying about this, this situation and about the trial and stuff. So she's been worrying about it. And she's a very strong, faith. It's so amazing what you just saw about because she's really a strong believer in Jesus and has a very strong faith. So it's amazing what you just share about God's word says that you are saved by grace through faith in Christ. So I was thinking, actually, I felt really strongly about sharing that with her, actually.
Yeah. And that was the basis of the Protestant Revolution. The Protestants were saying it's not by works. We can't buy our way into heaven, have indulgences. It's only by grace. It's given to us freely. We just have to accept it.
Yeah, that's
There's
what
nothing we can do. So it removes the salvation from the realm of doing.
Yeah.
And takes it back to being. It's like who you are as in your true identity, in your essence, is what's important.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter how much you try. If you try and do things and say things to establish your worth, you will never feel worthy.
If what?
Because you're actually denying it. You see, this is the paradox. The more you try and do and think and say things and wish things and make things in order to establish your worth, the more you're actually telling your mind that you're not worthy.
Yes.
Because you have to keep proving it.
Wow, that is powerful.
That's the nature of desire. You see, the Buddha saw this. You desire to be another self, a better self. And now you've got to prove it. So you've got to do stuff. And you're on this track of craving and desiring and continuously doing to try and prove your worth. And the more you do that, the more you're actually denying your worth. You're saying, I'm not worthy, so I have to keep doing stuff to prove my worth.
Yeah.
Do you see the trap we've got ourselves into? The ego's got us into this great trap. And it's never ending. You'll just keep on. If you're trying to prove your worth, you'll try and you'll try. And you'll probably exhaust yourself, the sort of A-type personality archetype, stereotype. It's the person who goes and they're trying to prove their worth desperately, and eventually they just burn out. It's like, I can't keep doing it because I push myself, and then I just, I'm finished. I can't do it. Which then might obviously be the awakening to like, well, actually, maybe I just need to accept that I am worthy. I didn't need to do anything. All of that, is wasted effort. I didn't need to do anything. I could have just accepted it to start with, made my life a whole lot easier. And that's what we're working with, the naming your game. It's like, there's nothing you can really do to accept you just have to accept it. It's a present moment acceptance. I am that presence. So we turn it around. I am love, or I am joy, or I am that. And I have worth just because of what I am. It's a given.
Bizarre, isn't it? That we're taught we're not worth it. Or we inherit that belief somehow that we're not worth it. And then it's so blinking hard to turn that around and go, okay, I accept it.
Yeah. Because it's blasphemy to the ego. To the ego, this idea that you're not worthy and you have to prove your worth is sacrosanct. It's going to keep you on that track forever. Because it's the seek and do not find program that the ego is always engaging. If you keep on this track, You'll do and you'll think and you'll say and you'll keep doing that, trying to prove your worth, and you never will. So you'll never get there. So you remain in the separated self, and the ego is still in business. It's only when you understand that there's nothing that I can do and say and wish or make that can prove my worth. It's established by God. It is. It's a fact. I just have to accept it.
Yeah.
Well, what could be easier? It's not that hard. I mean, okay, just accept it. You are worthy as you are. You don't have to do anything, say anything, just because of fundamentally who you are. And this point is not debatable except in delusions. Right? So in a deluded state, you can debate it. Say, well, no, actually, you have to prove your worth, but it's ridiculous. It's not true. And we can see that untruth. You can see the destructive effects of seeking and not finding all around us. Our society is based on that premise. It's why we're destroying, the earth and the natural resources, because seek and seek and seek, and it's never good enough. So you got to keep going on that track. You got to keep creating more, doing more, consuming more resources, and it's never enough. You're never going to be satisfied. It's insatiable hunger, insatiable desire. And the more you go on that track, the more the ego grows, and it's this insatiable monster, just consuming everything. And there's no love there. There's no unconditional love. It's just like, I want more of something. Give me more. Feed me, see more.
That's so true.
Remember in one of our elections in South Africa, the ANC, like, together we can do more. This is the phrase, the slogan. And you go, more of what exactly? You don't define more of what, Together we can do more. More is enough. Well, in their case, more crime, more corruption, more dysfunction. We can do a lot more of that. But you see, it's the idea of more that keeps us in the ego. And this idea of grace is like, we just saved because this awareness is given us. And that's the liberation. Just to realize this. I am that. I am. It's the name of God. I am that I am. I am that I am. I'm saved because I am. So this truth has been there all along. It's been through all the religions. It's been there. But it got buried by the ego. And then we told, no, you have to do stuff, and you have to say 7 Hail Marys, and you have to pray, and you have to do confession, and you have to do all these rituals to save yourself. Because it keeps the institution in business, doesn't it? If you've got to go and do confessions, then the church has a place, and then you've got to make your donations, and that supports the whole structure, and there's people who are earning livings, and on and on it goes. And actually, it's just not necessary. You don't need any of those rituals. You just need to accept right now that you are saved. You are free. And that's what we're going to do on Sunday.
Okay.
Bring it on.
Very good. Very good.
Very good. Yay! Yeah.
Whenever we have an insight, so we go, very good.
Very good. Yay! Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good. Yeah, she said the truth has been spoken. Yay! Very good. Very good.
Very good. Yay! This is
She just wrote a message. The truth has been spoken.
Yeah.
As I sent her that line that we just saw on the internet, God's word says that we're saved by grace. She said the truth has been spoken.
Yeah.
So funny. Divine synchronicities. Alignment.
Okay, so number 8, your ego is never at stake.
We're number 7, aren't we? This point is not debatable except in delusions. Your ego or separate self is never at stake because pure formless awareness of perfect love did not create it. Extend it.
Yeah, actually, we can use create, but not create. It was never created at all. There's a truth of the matter. And your pure formless awareness.
Your pure formless awareness is never at stake because
It
did. Okay. Any confusion at this point is delusional, and no form of devotion is possible as long as this delusion lasts. Delusion lasts.
Yeah, I'm going to change that to extend because this applies to the it did. It applies to that too. It did extend it. It's the implication of it did what? It did extend. Yeah, it did extend it. No form of devotion is possible as long as this delusion lasts. Okay, so devotion was
Unconditional love.
No form of possible as long as this delusion lasts. So what's he saying? You never find unconditional love unless you accept the truth that you are saved as you are. You deny unconditional love when you say, I need conditions for my love. You see what you're doing? I think or say or wish or make. That's all conditions for establishing love, isn't it? I need to do certain things. I need to meet certain criteria. What I do, what I think, what I say, what I wish, what I make is necessary to establish my worth. That's a direct denial of unconditional love because these are the conditions for love to be present, for you to be worthy. Now, who sets up and believes in those conditions? You do. We all do. It's our programming, but you've believed the program. False teaching of our society saying, well, this is what you need to do in order to be loved. Conditional love, special love.
Isn't it interesting how we can say these words and then just suddenly it drops in, doesn't it? Like I'd not thought about the conditions for love. I'd heard of unconditional and conditional, but just however you phrased it, I went, oh, okay.
Yeah, those are the conditions for love then, aren't they? In order for me to be worthy and to be loved, I set up these conditions, and they are impossible conditions to meet because it's never going to be enough. I can do, and I can think, and I can say, and I can wish, and I can make, and I mean, look at the ego, frenzy of activity, all the stuff we do. And yet it doesn't work. We never establish our worth in our minds. We always feel unworthy. And the more we do that, the more unworthy we feel. So Yeshua's saying, stop, get off the hamster wheel, stop, enough. Stop the madness and just accept that it is. You are saved already. You are that which you seek already. Yeah, that's the enlightened. Anyone who's come to enlightenment realizes that I am that which I seek. It's a joke. So in the Zen saying, they say enlightenment is a joke because you realize I always have been that which I've sought. I've sought it and I've sought it. And the Buddha, had this experience where he nearly killed himself. 7 years of intense seeking. Did every single meditation under the sun, every practice possible, fasted. He was living on 1 grain of rice for years. Came to the point where his body's just about dead because it's so malnourished. He's got no strength left. And only then does he realize, okay, actually this isn't the way. This has just not worked. I'm actually no closer to my goal of realization. It was when he let go of all that. And he just sat in this letting go state. He said, okay, I don't know anymore. I really don't know. And he gave up.
But that is part of the learning, though, isn't it? That is part of the learning, learning 1,000 ways not to create electricity.
Yeah.
It's you've got to learn. He
needed to do the 7 years of intense seeking in order to break through into the realization that I am that which I seek already, and I always have been. I just wasn't ready to have that realization 7 years ago. I had to go through, all these experiences and practices and bring myself, almost to the point of death to realize it, to awaken to the truth that I actually already am that.
Yeah.
It's always been there. I just didn't know it.
Mm.
And then the insight came to him that it was his desire. The desire for enlightenment was what was stopping him from becoming enlightened. Do you see?
Mm.
Because he was seeking it. He's saying, I'm seeking it, and I want it. But in the wanting of it, you're saying, I don't have it. So then you're never going to find it. And you keep seeking, and it doesn't matter how hard you try, you never get there because you set the game up that way. Seek and do not find. So ask yourself, how you've done that in your own life, and you see the patterns. Seeking, trying, striving, and just not accepting. Yeah, I am. Actually, I'm okay. I'm worthy, just as I am. I need do nothing.
Feels good. Mm.
Yeah, it feels wonderful. It's just like, oh wow, that's so simple. What a
Yeah.
simple truth. I don't need to do anything. I'm loved and accepted as I am. By my own decision. See, it's only your own self that can accept or not. You accept your true awareness or not. That's the choice.
Mm.
Yeah, so my worth is not, let's translate this into, my worth is not established by teaching or learning.
Yeah. My worth is established by pure formless awareness of perfect love. As long as I dispute this, everything I do will be fearful, particularly any situation that lends itself to the belief in superiority and inferiority.
Okay, so if I dispute this, I'll continuously feel either superior or inferior to other people. But I'll never feel equal because I've denied that I am what I am, I've denied my true worth. So then all I can play is these ego games of separation.
Mm. Do we take out the teachers must be patient, or do I say I must be patient?
You say, I'm willing to do this because no right. So he's saying, I'm willing to so Yeshua is willing to be patient with me because he has no right to set
My learning limits.
my learning limits for me. Only I can do it. You set your own limits.
Yeah. It is nothing to do with what I think, say, or wish or make. To establish my worth.
That is a golden line. You cut that out. Just like write that somewhere. Nothing I do or think or say or wish or make is necessary to establish my worth. Because that ends the ego's program of seek and do not find the answer. And if you feel a bit of fear at that arising, then that's the ego's anxiety. Oh my God, I've been rumbled here. This is the end of the game.
I need do nothing. Okay.
I need do nothing to be worthy. I am worthy just because of what I am. That's given to you. So it's by the grace of God, perfect love. To establish my worth, so my separate self.
Separate self is
Yeah.
never a mistake, because pure formless awareness, perfect love, did not end it. My pure formless awareness is never at stake because how do you write that?
Because it did.
It did?
Yeah.
All right,
You
okay.
understand what he's saying? It's never at stake because it did. It's extended by my own pure formless awareness. It's extended by pure formless awareness of perfect love. Make that. So it extended this awareness to me. So I have this awareness. It's not at stake. It's not in question because it did. Fact. That's the truth of my being. That's why I have any kind of existence at all, because it extended from the source into my mind. That's why I have awareness at all. So it's a fact that can't really be disputed except in a delusion.
Okay. Any
So
confusion?
if I am confused,
All right. I am confused on this point. I am delusional. And no form of unconditional love is possible as long as I have this delusion, as long as this delusion lasts.
and I cannot love unconditionally. Cannot love unconditionally as long as this delusion lasts.
Yeah.
So it's a big paragraph. It's really the core of this whole teaching, and this turnaround we're doing, the flipping of flop. It's like you must accept that you are as you were created, as you were extended, and you simply are. There's nothing you need to do or say or think or make to establish your worth. It's a very categoric, very clear. There's no fudging it. It's like you are worthy or you're not. You're not a little bit worthy. Well, I'm a little bit worthy, and if I do something more, then I'll be more worthy. It's not in that domain of degrees. It's like I am or I'm not. Those are the choices. It's an all or nothing deal. I'm either completely worthy of love, peace, joy, happiness, all good, or I'm not at all. Those are the choices.
Like Sandy that used to do our Course in Miracles teaching, she used to say you're either pregnant or you're not. There's no middle.
Yeah, exactly. So you're either in the spirit or you're not. You accept it or you don't. It's binary.
Okay, I'm going to read it from the top.
Yeah.
My worth is not established by teaching or learning. My worth is established by pure formless awareness of perfect love. As long as I dispute this, everything I do will be fearful, particularly any situation that lends itself to the belief in superiority or inferiority. Yeshua is willing to be patient with me because he has no right to set my learning limits for me. Nothing I do or think or say or wish or make is necessary to establish my worth. My separate self is never at stake because pure formless awareness of perfect love did not extend it. My pure formless awareness of perfect love is never at stake because it did. If I am confused about this point, I am delusional and I cannot love unconditionally as long as this delusion lasts.
I'm just going to take out that because it's kind of not really necessary for the flow of the sentence.
Yeah.
So this is just very clear, saying, you know, my own. What's he saying there, really? In summary, some summarizer.
Well, my worth is given, and it always has been given, and it always will be, and there's nothing I have to do to prove it.
Yeah, and then the corollary of that is I cannot love unconditionally as long as I'm deluded. If I think that I have to do something or say something or prove my worth, then unconditional love will be beyond me, because I will project that onto every situation, and I will say to other people, you have to prove your worth too. And then there's the condition. You know, there's the condition for love. And we're all brought up in conditional love. Our parents didn't understand unconditional love because they weren't enlightened. So they only understood conditional love. I love you if you're a good girl or boy, and you do what I say, and you behave correctly. And if you don't, then my love is withdrawn. So it's conditional.
Good to hear you say that everybody's parents are like that, not just
Well, whose parents were enlightened?
mine.
I mean, they'd have to understand this stuff. They would have had to be enlightened parents. Well, often enlightened beings don't bother with children, having children. Why would they? Yeah. So none of our parents were enlightened. They didn't understand unconditional love. They did the best they could within the thought system of the ego, which was special love. But it was lacking. It was distorted, and so we come out with these, emotional wounds, going, "Well, I wasn't really loved." No, but that's part of the whole construct of the ego. Understand? You come here, don't expect unconditional love. That's not why you came. You came to experience your ego and the separate self, and part of that is special love. And so then you incarnate, and you have to have parents who, your first experience of special love, and that's what they give you, special love. Unless it's a very rare person who understands unconditional love. Occasionally you will find someone, but mostly it's the special version. Even mothers, they say mothers love, but mothers can be horribly, conditional in their love. And smothering. I love you, but just because they're trying to keep themselves safe. They're nervous. They don't want to lose their son or daughter. So it's their own fear that gets projected on. That's not unconditionally loving. It's quite fearful. So we didn't really have good examples of this when we were younger. Did you really experience unconditional love? Probably not. There may have been, a few instances in your life when you can go, that felt like unconditional, but that's rare. It's rare in this world. Because remember, the ego has invented the world to shut out that love. It doesn't want that love. The entire thing is to shut out unconditional love and God, and tell you that that doesn't even exist, and that you are separate and you are alone, and that all these conditions for love exist. Because that keeps it in business.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not seen it like that before, not as clearly as that. Thank you.
Only a pleasure. Thank the Holy Spirit. Okay, so happy to move on to number 8. That's a big paragraph. We might actually revisit that on Sunday. We'll read that again. So this is what we're doing. Remember, what I'm really enjoying about this course, because in the past I haven't done the text to this level, is that I'm seeing the synergy of the thing with the text. It's lovely, doing the text and then the teachings that are going, this process of undoing the ego and naming your game and flipping your flop. It's very in alignment with what the text is teaching. So thank you, Spirit, for orchestrating it all.
Thank you, Spirit.
I just had a feeling that, okay, this course, I'm going to do the text properly every night. We're going to do this so that we get this done. ongoing. We'll focus this year on the text. I mean, it's going to be, and if you do it like this, the text is actually a lesson. It's like a workbook lesson, isn't it? Because you personalize it. Although you're not getting a mind training exercise necessarily, but then we'll do it in the meditation, that you can meditate on this and actually affirm these truths. In the I am sense, I am delusional. If I do this, I cannot love unconditionally as long as this delusion lasts. That personalized makes it very powerful because you're absorbing it into your own thought system.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just grab that. Number 8, who would like to read that?
Shall I go now, or
Yep.
yeah. The ego tries to exploit all situations. Is that the right one? Yep.
Yeah.
The ego tries to exploit all situations into forms of praise for itself in order to overcome its doubts.
Okay, so translated, the
separate self
Mm.
tries to exploit all situations into form of praise for itself in order to overcome its doubts.
So this is how we, all the games you play, the manipulation, the control, this is what we do. Exploit all situations to forms of praise that reinforce the ego to overcome its doubts about its own existence. And this is why if you're not in the spirit, then you're going to be in the ego and you're going to be playing ego games, because that's what you do. If you doubt yourself, you're seeking to confirm your worth by all of these games in every situation that you play. And that explains why the world is a mess, because everyone's playing these ego games, which are not unconditionally loving, which are hurtful and destructive, actually, and never make anyone happy. Even if you so-called win the game, you get your own way, it doesn't really make you feel happy. You feel temporarily, oh, well, I'm superior. But then what comes around is the guilt. Oh, okay, but you manipulated. On some level what you did is wrong. You manipulated, it was selfish, it was abuse in some form, and then you got your way. And then you feel guilty for that. And then the guilt requires that you do more of the same. Same pattern to try and offload the guilt. So now you've got to project your guilt out. It's accusation, blame, complaint, manipulation, control, all of that. And then you do it again, you feel more guilty, and on round and around it goes.
Treadmill.
Yeah, on the hamster wheel.
Yeah.
Until a teaching like this comes in and says, okay, stop, just look. Be aware of what you're doing. And you need a very direct, clear teaching like this, where he's naming it. He's saying, well, this is your game. Look at it. Honestly. Do you like it? Is this what you want to be? Is this how you want to spend your time here? And already you said, you had this, like, I hate myself. Well, actually what you hate, the separate self hates itself for all of this, for exploiting all the situations into forms of praise for itself. For all the manipulation and the control and the games. It actually hates itself.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that was the core of it.
But it's not true. It's not really real.
Really?
It hates itself, but it doesn't exist. So all of this can just be imploded if you realize that none of it's true. It has no foundation whatsoever. Okay,
it will remain doubtful as long as you believe in its existence.
Okay. So you're saying as long as you believe in the ego, you're going to be doubtful. There's no certainty there. Because you're believing in what doesn't exist. So how can you find certainty if you believe in what doesn't exist? Obviously, you're going to feel uncertain.
I've had shitloads of doubt all my life.
Yeah.
Loads of it.
Yeah, and that's because you believed in the ego.
Oh, yeah.
But now it's time to say, okay, no, I stand on the one truth that I am, that I am. I simply am. I am, if you want to state it as I am love. I am that presence.
Mm.
And I stand, I rest on that fundamental existence beyond the ego's illusory existence. I have awareness. I am that I am. I am that awareness. And there's nothing beyond that.
But that's where my frustration has been, because I notice, but I still go back to the ego. Because I was actually just sharing a video from that joy session that I did for children who lost their home. They had nothing. Some of them lost their home in a fire in a township. And so I did a free workshop to uplift them and bring them that awareness. I am peace, I am joy, I am love. And I integrated this on a very deep level with them. And I could see that the experience was life-changing or uplifting, because that was the purpose of it. It was guided through spirit. And so it's like I noticed, but I get so frustrated and hateful, I hate myself for not actually sticking to this, because it's like I noticed, but I choose to go back to the ego, the old ego self.
Yeah, well, it's common. We do it. Yeah. But you can stop doing it. This kind of teaching, this kind of clarity. It's like, why would you want to go back there? This just says there's no point. You will remain doubtful. This is not a thought system that offers you anything. So why would you want to go back? And if you stick to this program of mind training, you just become so obvious. There's no value there at all. Nothing. So I'm not going back. I'm sticking to the truth, and only the truth. And then with that certainty, you're not swayed. It's like, okay, well, I can't be pulled back into that ego system, because
I guess when I think about it, I think, well, if that's the truth of me, why do I keep falling into it when, like you've just said, you've been doing it consistently, you've been trying to teach others the same, and it just feels like a fake. It just feels really like, wow, we know this, yet it's still not etched in.
It's not integrated, right?
No.
I mean, why would I integrate it in a moment, in one experience or one workshop or whatever, and it's still not deeply integrated? I guess it's like another layer of integration needed, or it's not deep enough integrated.
Well, you've got to undo the separate self. You see, this awareness, the new self can't be really fully integrated until the separate self is gone.
So when you're
that's why the letting go allows the true self to come in.
When you're using affirmations, it's like that toxic positivity again, because you're not really believing it and it's not really embedding it into it. So it feels quite toxic. And that's what I noticed today walking the dog. The language I was using with myself was really toxic, as if it was a mum or dad speaking to me, because I've not had that, and I think it just feels like a huge challenge, because you do feel you're on your own. I know there's awareness, I know it's there, but I guess I turn my back on it or turn against it, thinking, oh shit, nothing's going to work now, but that's the ego game. I can see now it's a separate self, but it just gets you like that, doesn't it, really? And you're just fed up with the pitfalls. But yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah. So this kind of teaching is really exposing. It's really getting you to see what it is, how it works, and when you can see it with that clarity.
Yeah, look at the next sentence. I mean, that clearly says it. You who made it cannot trust it, because in your right mind you realize it is not real. So some of this has been going off. You're right. That's why you feel the ebb and the flow within you, because you fell for a pack of lies. You're not allowing love in, or you're not allowing yourself to believe that you're love. So it really screws you over. And then you don't trust. That's what happened to me today as well, that I don't trust if there is, because like I said before, I've never asked for anything. I don't know how to ask. So I just trust that life's just going to flow. It's just going to go. I always have done. So I find it difficult to ask. So, and then I thought to myself, I already found out last week it was the ego just rubbing my, giving me a pat on the back saying, oh, you're all right. It's not as bad as what it, and you're like, wow. And I've been thinking that's, my guidance. So I have a huge trust issue with it. Well, I say that, but I can't do, because I'm here as awareness and can see. So it's really contradicting. It's like a mind screw, isn't it? Sometimes, especially when you get it, it's really, but you're right, you're undoing it.
Yeah. And so you do start to question, well, who am I? Which is the true voice? But he says the only sane solution is not to try to change reality, which is indeed a fearful attempt. So we'll make reality capital R, because that's what we've tried to do. The ego's tried to change reality, which is very fearful. Now we think we've screwed it all up. We've created this, horribly dysfunctional reality where everything is nothing lasts. Everything's going to ultimately decay and die. And this now seems to have replaced eternity and pure formless awareness, which is very fearful. And then this so-called reality we've made up seems to now have the power to hurt us. So it's not to try to change reality, but to accept it as it is.
You just really understand a lot of stuff, really, because you really lived a limited life, ain't you? It's been fear-based.
If you can see that, then that's the key to your liberation. You see it so clearly. Okay, that's the pattern. I see it. And what's seeing it? Well, what's seeing it is your true awareness. It's able to look beyond the fear. So there's something beyond that. So why don't you just stay in this awareness and accept reality as it is?
That's exactly what they teach us at Vipassana. That's exactly that. Exactly that sentence. I remember that sentence, accept reality as it is. Okay.
You can accept it, but the thing is, you don't realize you're denying it at the same time. You've took it on, you're thinking, oh, brilliant, I need to move forward. I can see this, I'm going to do. But there's something in you still that denies the whole thing and pushes it away as if it's a load of bollocks, but it's not.
Exactly.
So that's the crunch of it. That's when I think, oh, Jono, come on, just do it for me now, kid.
No one can do it for you. Just stay
I know, Jono. I know you're going to clap your hands and think this is fantastic, but I'm just telling you that,
just say very good, very
Very
good.
good.
I can do it.
Very good, very good.
Yay, I can do it.
Yay.
We can all do it.
You are, when they say accept reality as it is, it's not to accept the form as it is. Right? You're actually going deeper. Reality is with capital R. It's reality as it is just pure awareness as it is.
But that's why you know that you're not as happy or whatever, because the conditions you've had or made for yourself, like you said on the previous one, we've set ourselves up big style,
Yeah, it's a setup. We've set ourselves up. It's a fall. We fell from grace. We had a separation. We fell down the ladder of consciousness into this separated state, thinking we're a victim of the world. And now the world reflects that to us. And it tells us that, yes, you're right. You are a victim of the world. Because, look at your circumstances. Look at your childhood. You never got love. and you were abused, and on the story goes. Yeah, okay, well, you must be a victim of the world, because that's been your experience. The whole thing's a set up by the separate self in order to perpetuate your belief in it.
And you've
and cover over this awareness.
Yeah, you've suppressed it, repressed it, because you didn't want people to know. I mean, I can remember when I first shared stuff, and people used to say you're telling lies so that you can make friends, and you're like, oh my gosh, that can really people think you make shit up to gain friends? It wasn't to really,
So all of that is part of the system of unconditional of conditional love.
Yeah.
I love you if you do certain things in this world, but if you don't, then no, I don't love you. Well, it's not love at all, is it?
Exactly.
We've all been trained into that. We're set up for that. We're born into the system. See, you're born into the matrix, born into the system. All we know is conditional love. All we know is time-space perception. We don't know about this knowledge because that's been covered over and obscured from us. It's not, apparently it's been denied, and it's not here. And now that, the spiritual journey is to go and find it again. Find it in your own mind and heart and bring it into awareness again. Accept you're part of reality, I'm going to carry on, which stands unchanged.
Then you have to take the responsibility that you did this shit.
Yeah.
Well, you did.
Yes.
You think you did. So here's the thing. You think you did. But you were mistaken.
It's so much to take in. No wonder I mean, it's all good stuff. I'm not saying it's bad stuff. It's just a lot to really take in. And
yeah, it's huge. I mean, it's the whole deal. What you're trying to learn here is the thought system of the Holy Spirit that will awaken you. It will free you from your nightmare. Get you out of time and space, out of separation, back here. It's huge. It's seismic. It's, this is apocalypse for the ego. It's apocalypse. It's the end of its whole system and its identity and its world. That's what the true meaning of the apocalypse is, by the way. It's the end of the ego's rule and the awakening to the truth. It's pretty big, but it's very simple. It's big, but it's simple. Just accept reality as it is. That's all. That's all he's asking us to do. So number 5, you're part of reality.
You are part of reality, which stands unchanged beyond the reach of your ego, of your separate self, but within easy reach of pure formless awareness. When you are afraid, be still and know that pure formless awareness of perfect love is real. And you are its beloved son, in whom he is well pleased. And isn't it weird that I've been sitting in silence, but I'm not really allowing that to happen? I'm still focused on the identity rather than the awareness.
But that's normal. The identity is going to fight its corner. The separate self is, you sit quietly. You go, okay, well, let me just go into pure formless awareness. And the separate self goes, no, I've got much better ideas. Let's think about the past, or let's think about the future, or let's think about how unworthy you are, or let's think about how frustrated you are, whatever, anything to cover over that awareness. And so you start to see that everything you've thought, everything you think you've thought and said and done is all part of a construct, and it's just designed to cover over this awareness. But the world is a justification for the thoughts and emotions that cover over this awareness. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So we have to invent a world to justify these crazy thoughts and emotions that now cover over this awareness, deny it, and create another self out of these false thoughts and emotions. And the world is a necessary tool, a device for the ego in order to play that game. And that's why it was invented.
Mm.
That makes sense?
Yeah. Do not let your separate self dispute this, because the separate self cannot know what is as far beyond its reach as you are. I don't think I understand. Do not let your separate self dispute this, because the separate self cannot know what is as far beyond its reach as you are.
Cannot know what is as far beyond its reach as you are. Okay? So it can't reach to God. It can't reach to pure formless awareness. And it cannot, so therefore it cannot have knowledge. It cannot know. It can only perceive. So the voices of the world will say, this is nonsense. What are you talking about? I mean, you had today, well, the codependence and this is crazy and what are you doing? Any excuse not to go there. But your separate self cannot know. Cannot know what is as far beyond its reach as you are. And so it denies it. It says, no, just content yourself with being Susie. This is the message, isn't it? Just be Susie. Susie we know, and love, but actually they didn't really know Susie, because you didn't even know Susie.
No.
They didn't even know.
Yeah.
Who are you really? Who are you really? They don't know, and you don't know.
I mean,
Susie,
I do act really insane at times now, because when they ask me my name, I just say I have no name. I just get really silly or whatever now, because it's like you're being let out of prison.
What have I unleashed on the world?
Day release, yeah.
Yeah, day release from the asylum.
I know, yeah.
It's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. You can be. Dan Wapping says you can be normal. You don't have to say stuff like, "Well, I have no name." You can say, Still.
I only said it as a joke. I just think sometimes, you can be so serious at times. So it's just like,
lighten it up a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the? Let's translate this. Personalize it. So my separate self tries to exploit all situations.
My separate self tries to exploit all situations into forms of praise for itself in order to overcome its doubts.
How about manipulate instead of exploit?
Yeah, that'd be good. Or control. Any of them work, really. Because that's what it wants, doesn't it?
All situations to manipulate into. I quite like that. Manipulate into forms of praise for itself. In order to overcome its doubts.
It will remain doubtful as long as I believe in it, in its existence, because
Yeah, I believe.
Yeah. I made it. I who made it cannot trust it, because in my right mind, I realize it is not real. The only sane solution is not to try to change reality.
And that's with a capital R, change reality. So when we say accept things as they are, doesn't mean you accept the ego's interpretation of it, because that's false. You accept reality, which lies beyond all of the false illusions. That's what acceptance really means. So acceptance is another version of letting go. You accept the truth and you deny the illusion. Because by accepting the truth, you must deny the illusion. You can't accept both simultaneously into your mind. That's a classic one of the ego's beliefs. Oh, well, you accept truth and illusion, both, and it's all God. Fear, love, the whole thing that you can observe in this, it's all God. Well, that's got to be false, because then you have to define God as something that God is not. God is then schizophrenic and not only love, but fear and hatred and anger and attack as well.
Which is indeed a fearful attempt, but to accept it as it is.
What did you say? Did you say God is schizophrenic?
I said, if you believe that God created the world and that it's all part, there's the dualistic belief system is that God created the world,
Yeah.
And it's all God, the up and the down, the hot and the cold, the good and the bad, the dark and the light. It's all God. You've maybe come across that.
Yeah, that's what I believed actually for a long time.
But it's not. It can't be, because then you have to make the pain and the suffering and the sickness and the death and all the misery on this planet real.
Yeah. That's why I felt.
And then God must be schizophrenic. So God is love, but then why all the pain and the suffering and the misery and the death? Surely a loving God wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
That's the question, isn't it? How could a loving God do this?
Yeah.
Well, the answer is there's two answers. Either God isn't a loving God. God is a psychopath. Okay? To do this. Okay, well, that's not a great answer, is it? So, okay, then we totally screwed. Or the other answer is God had nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
God didn't.
That's a good answer.
That's the answer. That's the only answer. God didn't do it.
Yeah.
So what did it is a raving psychopath. This is the ego.
Yeah.
Which isn't real. So fortunately, this psychopathic entity isn't real. Neither is its reality. That's the answer.
But it's a collective psychotic ego.
Yes, we've all believed in it, and then through our belief, we've invented an entire world in reality, and then that seems to be normal. So we're all in the asylum. It's all insane.
Yeah.
And yet we don't know we're in the asylum.
Membrane.
And the ones who wake up in the asylum and start questioning the reality, they're not. You're told you're insane. The insane tell you that you're insane because you're waking up and you're realizing insanity. It's the analogy would be the cave, Plato's cave. The allegory. It's similar. They're all in the cave or the asylum. They're enslaved. They're watching these images and they think the images are reality. And then the person who's actually waking up and coming to sanity questions that and goes, oh, hang on, what's actually going on? It's just images being projected onto this cave wall, and it's not reality. And then goes outside, goes into the light and says, wow, actually this whole other reality outside of the cave comes back and is not welcome. They say, well, you're crazy, you're insane, and we want to kill you now because of what you're teaching. Because we don't want to wake up from our dream. We're comfortably numb in the dream.
Not anymore. No.
Looking at the images. Well, at some point it becomes too uncomfortable, doesn't it? It gets too uncomfortable and you can't accept it anymore. And that's when your awakening starts. That's when you become one of the ones who goes, hang on, let's just turn around and look away from the images projected onto the screen, which is the world.
Yes.
Look away from that and look within and start questioning, well, where do these images come from?
Yeah.
What's the source of it?
Insane mind.
And then you see the insane mind, the projector mechanism of the ego, dancing away at the back of all of it, going, look, I've got you all fooled.
Yeah.
I've spun an illusion, and everyone's sucked into it and believing in this. But it's just a dream. It's a denial of reality. Reality is not the images. Reality is the light beyond the images.
So maybe we
Okay.
should all be punched in our faces to wake up or something.
Well, that was your particular, you literally got a wake-up call, like a slap in the face, like, wow, okay, wake up. We all have it in different ways.
Yeah.
But everyone's wake-up call is individualized. It's
Yeah.
their own journey. But
Well, I manifested it from my own childhood, what I grew up with, obviously. I guess the flash, it came back as what I used to go through. Yeah.
right. Yeah. Okay. So then, that happened again. And that's your particular version of the nightmare of separation.
Yeah, I play that pattern that I used to go through, this physical abuse I went through as a child. That's what played out again. Yeah.
So there you go. So,
it was the forgiveness, lesson of forgiveness.
yeah. So now see that and recognize that it's not true.
Yeah.
So the only sane solution, not to try to change reality, but to accept it as it is.
Yeah.
I am part of a reality.
I am part of reality, which stands unchanged beyond the reach of my separate self, but with an easy reach of pure formless awareness. When I am afraid, be still and know that.
When I'm afraid, I will be still.
When I am afraid, I will be still and know that pure formless awareness of perfect love is real. And I am its beloved extension in whom it is well pleased. Do not let
So
your...
you sit quietly and you state it, you claim it. I know that I am this loving presence. You could state it as I am love, or I am loving awareness. And then it's well pleased because there's a connection with source then. As I do that, I reconnect with my source, and I feel that there's that unity and that connection. It feels good. And then I feel well pleased. Remember, it's feeling through us. Humid is well pleased. Will you feel well pleased? To be one with your source is to be well pleased. That's enlightened state.
It's confirming it then, isn't it? When you sit there and saying it,
Yeah, it's affirming it and saying, I'm claiming this. Because you've got to remind yourself over and over. You've denied this for so long, so well, so consistently, that you've now got to remind yourself about it over and over and over again. And then he cautions, do not let. I will not let.
I will not let separate self dispute this, because the separate self, because my separate self cannot know what is as far beyond its reach as I am.
So I am, he's telling you, I am that I am. You are beyond the separate self. You just need to accept it. Accept reality as it is. And the ego's games are over. The manipulation, the distortions, all of that you've been doing, all the games that were named on Sunday, that was the manipulation. That's how you play the game.
Mm.
of the ego, manipulation into forms of praise for itself.
Yeah. I wrote this for
Either.
sure as a pattern. Yeah.
You see the patterns.
Mm.
And if you deny your true self, then that's what remains. You have to play those kinds of games to try and perpetuate your ego's existence. Okay, so you want to read that from the top, Sydney? My separate self.
My separate self tries to manipulate all situations into forms of praise for itself in order to overcome its doubts. It will remain doubtful as long as I believe in its existence. I who made it cannot trust it because in my right mind I realize it is not real. The only sane solution is not to try to change reality, but to accept it as it is. I am part of reality, which stands unchanged beyond the reach of my separate self, but within easy reach of pure formless awareness. When I am afraid, I will be still and know that pure formless awareness of perfect love is real, and I am its beloved extension, in whom it is well pleased. I will not let my separate self dispute this, because my separate self cannot know what is as far beyond its reach as I am.
Yeah, so powerful. This is a powerful paragraph.
Mm.
And you use this as affirmations. I will not let my separate self come in and sabotage us. I will remember that I am its beloved extension. I am love. And nothing else matters. Nothing else is true. And there's that kind of direct statement of truth that keeps you safe in source and beyond the ego's clutches. So you can do this every day. Remind yourself, I am love. And you reinforce it, you entrench it. And Marie Sapir, when she gave people affirmations to do, she'd say, do this 10 times, 20 times in the morning, 20 times in the evening, 20 times in between. Say it in front of a mirror. So you are reprogramming yourself to start accepting this. Okay, so happy with paragraph 8.
Yeah.
So moving on to number 9, let's ask Elaine to read. Elaine, can you read for us?
Yeah. The alternative, am I reading?
No, read the original. And then
the original first, yeah. God is not the author of fear. You are. You have chosen to create. Go back down here.
We do it at alternate, so pure formless awareness.
Yeah. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is not the author of fear. You are.
Okay, so he's telling us very clearly the origin of it is, so you being the separate self. When he says you, see in this context, you is our separate self. Sometimes he says you cannot avoid him any more than he can avoid you. Or, we are in reality, then he's referring to the other you. So you've got to just read it in context to which you he's talking about.
Continue.
Yeah.
From the top, yeah. You have chosen to create unlike him, and then have therefore made fear for yourself. And the alternative, you have chosen to create unlike it, and have therefore made fear for yourself.
Okay.
4.
Yeah.
We move on.
The false creation means we've made fear, and we're now scared of what we've miscreated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 4.
From the top, you are not at peace because you are not fulfilling your function. And you are not at peace because it's the same. You are not fulfilling your function.
And your true function is what?
Pure formless awareness.
Wow. Just to be that. That's your only function. You don't need to do anything or prove anything. Just to be what you are. That's your function.
Simple, but not.
Could anything be more simple?
I know.
But for the ego, it's very complicated, very difficult just to be what you are. Because it's believed in a false self. So then it means you've got to deny the false self. Just to be what you truly are and fulfill your function. True function.
Right. Next.
Yeah.
God gave you a very lofty function that you are not meeting. Pure formless awareness of perfect love gave you a very lofty function that you are not meeting. Yeah. That's straightforward.
Lofty function, a very high function, and a very high.
Well, I don't know. Super, I don't know.
Yeah, lofty. I mean, lofty means high, a very elevated function. A very, how about inspiring function?
Yeah. They're all good. Lofty, inspiring. Yeah. Inspiring function that you are not meeting. Yeah.
Okay, so your ego has.
From the top, your ego has chosen to be afraid instead of meeting it. And the same for the alternative. Your ego has chosen to be afraid instead of meeting it. Meeting pure formless awareness, yeah. Or your function. Meeting.
Instead of meeting it, instead of that you're not meeting. So you're very inspiring function. Instead of meeting, why don't we change it to fulfilling?
Yeah.
Separate sanction has chosen to be afraid instead of
Fulfilling it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, next.
When, from the top, when you awaken, you will not be able to understand this because it is literally incredible. And the alternative, when you awaken, you will not be able to understand this because it is literally incredible. Is that when you're talking about it, you're not going to be able to put it into words? It's wordless.
Yeah, be unable. Well, you just go, I can't believe anymore in this craziness. Like, how could I have ever been so deluded?
Yeah.
crazy thought system that is actually incredible. Incredible means it's not believable. Unbelievable.
And totally
Incredible.
mad, yeah.
That's what it means.
Yeah.
You know, we must use the word incredible, like amazing. No, it actually means it's not believable. Literally in an incredible belief based on a tiny mad idea that's not possible, an inconceivable idea, an incredible belief.
Mm.
Do not believe the incredible now.
Yeah. It is, yeah, hard to believe.
Yeah, well, and this is the awakening. It's like, well, you can't really believe this. He's trying to teach us that, like, what you think of as real, the so-called reality, the world, your life here, is actually just an incredible dream. It's an impossible dream that you've got caught up in.
It is. Mm. Yeah.
And there is a
Speechless.
way out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a mind blow. You know, you're in the matrix.
Yes.
You've invented an incredible dream that is a nightmare that's enslaving you, but it's by your own decision that you're enslaved because we made this up.
Yeah.
And so now we can only escape from it by denying what we made
Totally false.
and
Yeah.
not believing it.
Mm. Yeah.
So do not believe the incredible now, the impossible, the inconceivable. These are all the same, you know, words describing the nature of the ego. The impossible dream of separation that never really happened.
Mm.
Don't believe in it at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so next one.
Yeah.
Any attempt to increase that?
Oh, number 7 is that, or where are we?
Number 9. Any attempt to increase
Oh
its
yeah, number 9.
believableness.
Yeah. Any attempt to increase its believableness is merely to postpone the inevitable. And the alternative,
Okay, so,
any attempt to
yeah.
increase, it's the same, yeah.
Believability actually is, believableness isn't actually a word. So we change that to believability.
Yeah.
We need
Any
to
attempt-
postpone the inevitable. Yeah, so you're postponing the inevitable denial. So you must eventually see it for what it is, that it's incredible, it's not real, and that you can let it go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
the word inevitable is fearful to the ego, but joyous to the pure formless awareness, to the separated self, but joyous to the pure formless awareness. Yeah.
Okay.
Next one, pure formless awareness of perfect love is inevitable. Sorry, tongue tie. And you cannot avoid it if any more, or it any more than it can avoid you. You cannot avoid it any more than it can avoid you. So just
Okay. So
blow it out, yeah.
translation done. Let's personalize this. So
Well, it's all just one incredible dream that is unbelievable, and why are we believing it? We can be in pure formless awareness.
yeah. Well, indeed. This is saying there's no good reason. I'm the author of fear.
Mhm. Just a total story, yeah.
I, rather than pure formless awareness, am the author of fear. You know what, actually, I just think it's better as it was. So, pure formless awareness is not the author of fear. I am like that. It's very simple.
Yeah. Right, and then is it just all I have, yeah. For myself. I am not at peace.
Not fulfilling my function. So pure formless awareness of perfect love gave me a very inspiring function that I
I'm not fulfilling.
separate self has chosen to be afraid instead of fulfilling it. When I awaken, I will be unable to understand this because it is literally incredible. So enlightenment is a joke. It just becomes like, I can't believe that anymore. So
Our natural being, yeah.
I will not believe the incredible now. In the attempt to increase its believability. So I make any attempt to increase its believability. I merely postpone the inevitable.
Mhm.
The inevitable is fearful to my separate self, but joyous to my pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is inevitable, and they cannot avoid it any more than it can avoid. Me, okay. So I'm going to read that from the top. Pure formless awareness,
Yeah.
perfect love.
Yeah. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is not the author of fear. I am. I have chosen to create unlike it and have therefore made fear for myself. I am not at peace because I am not fulfilling my function. Pure formless awareness of perfect love gave me a very inspiring function that I am not fulfilling, but my separate self has chosen to be afraid instead. When I awaken, I will be unable to understand this because it is literally incredible. I will not believe the incredible now. When I make any attempt to increase its believability, I merely postpone the inevitable. The word inevitable is fearful to my separate self, but joyous to my pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is inevitable and cannot avoid it any more than it can avoid me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what's he saying there in summary?
Well, it's no good putting it off anymore. It's now. It's all just false, and it's almost, well, it's very incredible that we're putting up with it, aren't we? When we should be in our natural, pure formless awareness of perfect love. So it's all one big lie.
Which is inevitable. So it's incredible. The ego is incredible, and the truth of who you are is inevitable.
Yeah. So
those are the two key words there: credible and inevitable.
Yeah.
And the inevitability of pure formless awareness is a cause for joy.
Yeah.
Because it's a done deal. He's saying you will be perfectly joyful, happy, blissful forever, for all eternity. It's a done deal. It's just like we go kicking and screaming to that, don't we? It's like, no, I want to go there. The separate self is wailing and gnashing its teeth and having a hissy fit and causing all kinds of chaos. I know you had a difficult last 24 hours, didn't you? Causing all this upset and drama because it doesn't want to go there.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to go into bliss. Wants to stay in its
define drama wherever it possibly can. Yes.
Yeah, because that keeps you away from pure formless awareness of perfect love and the joy that it contains.
Yeah. Very true.
And so we create drama. The reason why the world will always be full of drama and pain and suffering is because it's necessary to perpetuate the ego's system. It needs that in order to justify the separate self and the fear and anger and hatred and all of those emotions that go with the separate self.
Mm.
So the world is necessary, the necessary device for the ego to maintain itself. And when you see that, then you withdraw your investments in the world. I can't believe in this anymore. So it's just a projection of an insane mind.
All these dramas that are thrown in front of you, where you're sitting quietly, you just watch it like a film, I guess, being pure formless awareness. So whatever, yeah.
Because you're not attached to the form. And the separate self, the character in the dream, you're not attached to that anymore. You realize you're not the character in the dream. So what are you fearful of? You can't really die. You can't really be hurt. Whatever happens to the character doesn't really matter in truth, because behind the character is just this light, this pure formless awareness of perfect love. It shines through it all.
Yeah, I've got my fox there. Right. But then if a car's coming right in front of me, I will just automatically avoid it. Or, like there, I could nearly got gassed to death yesterday. So I would normally, you would not just, you would act, wouldn't you? But through pure formless.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't mean you can't act in time and space, because the spirit can reinterpret whatever's happening, whatever the ego's miscreated, and it can then respond to it, but from a right-minded state. So, there's gas going on, fuming. Okay, well, I need to do something about it. Okay, so I'll do something about it.
Right, yeah. You're not just
take the effective action. But the emotional drama, that's the problem. You see, the anger, the fear, And the hatred,
Yeah.
that's the problem.
Yep.
That's what you've got to undo, because
Yeah.
that's not necessary.
No, no, yes. It just makes yourself wound up, yeah.
Well, then you're perpetuating the separate self. So then the ego has invented the situation to perpetuate itself. See, so now it's trying to justify its thought system. Oh, well, get angry, Elaine, because look at what he's done now.
Yeah.
You know, this is serious stuff. This is life-threatening. Well, your anger is now justified. You see how it works.
Yes,
Clever.
yeah. And
And so now it takes it to another level. He didn't get you on little things, but no. Let's give you a big thing. That's apparently
danger.
really
Yeah.
dangerous. And then your anger is justified. And then the
Off
ego's
it goes.
back in business.
Oh, yes.
So you see, the world is a
Tricky.
setup, and it's designed to get you upset. It's designed to justify the upsets, the lack of love in whatever form it is. The anger, the fear, the hatred, the attack. The world is just designed to justify it and give you an excuse to now go into the ego and think these false thoughts and feel these false feelings and perpetuate it. Do you see that? It's a setup.
Okay, I know, I can see it. It's just a pity that I can eventually sort of come into it's quieter, but it still could do with a bit quicker rather than allowing.
So that's training. Look, you're only less than a month into this process.
Yeah.
So it's still very early days. You've studied the course, but not at this level before.
No,
got
not at this
depth.
level, yeah.
So it's like, okay, so this is where it starts. You know, your hero's journey. This is awakening. This is mind training. You know, on another level, so that you can be more vigilant next time it happens, something like that.
Yeah.
You have more awareness. You don't fall for the trap.
Yeah.
You're able to stay in your higher self and not react
And act
out of anger.
accordingly. Yeah, rather than letting the emotion get carried
You know,
away.
act with empathy and love and unconditional love, rather than in anger and fear and hatred. Yeah. And that's, but so it's a lesson. You weren't able to do it this time because you haven't trained your mind sufficiently. It was too big of a test. So you fell.
Yeah, I did.
But it's okay. So you fell down the ladder of consciousness, but you can pick yourself up. It's not permanent. It's a lesson.
No. Yeah,
okay, so you see there's still work to be done. You need to get yourself into a state where that kind of thing can't trigger you, where you remain rooted in your true awareness, even under that circumstance, even under that kind of temptation.
Right.
And you'll be tested again. That's how it's going to go.
Okay, yeah. So
you will be tested. So, but expect that and be ready for it. You're doing the mind training, so you're ready. When the test comes, like this time, you'll be more vigilant. You'll be more aware on your game, and you won't react. And then you should welcome the test. So if Dave gives you the test, he's playing his part perfectly in your at-one-ment. That's what it's about.
Right,
you need the test to awaken. You need someone like that to give you the triggers to test you. And then if the ego is still there, it arises, and then it's another letting go opportunity. Okay, well, I can let this go.
A bit like thank him for being my shadow.
Yeah. Thank you for showing me my shadow and helping me release it. There you go. Everyone's doing that for you, aren't they?
I'll say it quietly, though, because you think I might gone mad if I said that to him.
Say it. You can just say it in your own mind. Thank you for showing me my shadow and helping me release it, because that is what's going on. That's what he's helping you do.
Right. Oh, well, it's quite interesting to see how you can flip your mind over, isn't it? Because it was full of murderous intent last night.
And that's the ego's thought system: anger, hatred, fear, attack, killing.
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
It's not nice. It's not a pretty system, is it? It's awful.
No.
Really, if you're honest. So you don't want it. Your right mind says, no, this has these thoughts have no place in my holy mind. Not at all. This has to go.
Yeah.
And this process is what's going to undo it for you. This deep clean of your mind. Just like shining the light of your true awareness and really getting to grips with the ego's thought system, seeing what it is and what it does very clearly. And that's what this mind training is about.
Needs a good clean out, this old head of mine.
Yeah, well, we all do. But so that yesterday wasn't a failure; it was a temporary setback.
Right.
But actually, it was necessary. You needed to. There's a lesson there. Okay, so you realize there's still work to be done. Well, I need to train my mind more because I wasn't able to maintain this new awareness. You've been doing pretty well, and then the ego, see what it does. It has to up the ante. It's like, okay, so you think you got it handled, have you? All right. So let's take it to another level. And let's see how you handle that.
Yeah.
But you should welcome that, because like, okay, bring it on, because that in those situations, those tests, that's when you learn.
Right.
You test yourself, you see where you're at. Okay, well, maybe I wasn't as enlightened as I thought I was.
Oh no,
Okay?
no, not
Okay,
at all.
more work. More work needs to be done.
No, I wasn't proud. Yeah.
More work, needs to be done.
Yeah.
So you recommit to the process. Okay, so ego, it's fine. I recognize it was a temporary setback. I responded in ego, but you may have won that battle, but you haven't won the war.
No, because as you say, it will be round the corner, the next one. Yeah.
Because you get back on, you're back in training. It's like, okay, I just need to get better. I need to be better at this discipline of being able to watch my thoughts and let go of the ones that don't serve me.
Right.
And that's what this process is about, training you to do. So the hero doesn't say, oh, well, I'm beaten. No, the hero says, okay, there's a knockdown, a setback, I get up again. I'm back on the journey, and I'm more determined than ever to undo this, because I don't want to be like that.
No,
I don't want to have murderous thoughts and think of killing my husband.
No.
That's awful. That's awful. Like, how could I want to do that?
It was only for a brief second, but the thought was there.
Yeah, but I know it's the rage. It's like you're just, it's that anger seething up. And Yeshua says, be honest with yourself. You want to kill the person in that moment.
Well, yes, we all have it in us.
And we don't go to prison, fortunately, for our thoughts. Otherwise, we'd probably all be in jail, because we've all thought it at times. And then you have enough restraint not to act. And then it's interesting, because we condemn the criminals who do act on it. There's someone who actually does act on that impulse and does kill their their husband or spouse. Is then then they're a murderer and they go to jail, because you can't do that in our society. But they just acted on the impulse. They didn't have enough self-control to stop themselves.
Of course, yeah, that's right.
So what's the difference between a criminal and a supposedly normal, solid citizen? Not very much, just a little bit of self-control. That's it.
There's not much difference.
You still had the thought, but you had enough self-control to stop you.
No, I didn't.
So now this is about saying, okay, I want to eliminate those thoughts. That's the program. When I started awakening, it was just, whoa, some of the thoughts, I was just like, oh my God, what is this? I mean, this is just, it shocked me. I was shocked. Because, you have thoughts of killing, murdering.
You do.
And I'm like, what the hell's that? I thought I was, a reasonable human being. That I'm not a murderer, I'm not a killer.
No.
But then
I don't mean to, yeah.
But then this kind of thought comes in and you go, my God, that's shocking.
Where did that come from?
How could I have thought that? Where did that come from? How could I have thought that?
Scary.
And had such a strong impulse to actually do it. And I stopped myself, fortunately, but my God, I could have easily done it in that moment. And so you understand how this happens. You see, someone murdered someone, and this happens all the time, doesn't it? Wife kills husband, husband kills wife. It happens all the time. Why? Because they didn't have enough self-control to stop the impulse in the moment.
And then
they hadn't done any mind training. And so it took them over. They got possessed. They acted on it. And then, they have to, the rest of their life is paying the consequence of that. Because if they get caught, they go to jail. You're a murderer. Sorry, you can't have the freedoms that you're allowed, because you didn't have the self-control.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
no,
what you got
Jesus-
to do is say, okay, never again, right? That level of temptation, I'm going to undo that thought system at its root.
Mm, mm.
Fear, the anger, the hatred, the murderous intent to kill another human being. It's shocking. How can you want to do that? Because they
Well, no,
negated your part, because they made a mistake.
yeah.
It's shocking. So you want to undo that. Say no. No, that's got to go. That entire thought system
Yeah.
has got to go. There's no place at all in my holy mind.
Mm.
And understand that thought system is the same thought system that is attached to the good forms, the forms of the puppies and if you mention all this stuff. It's the same thing. It's the flip
Yeah,
side of it. See?
Yeah.
Special love turns to special hate in a ticky like that.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
So was it ever love? Was it ever love? No.
Just the ego playing its games. Yeah.
It wasn't unconditional love to start with, and you recognize that.
Yeah.
And then you say the only thing that I want is this love, this unconditional love. That's all I want. I don't want anything else. Nothing the ego can offer me can compare to that.
Mm. Absolutely.
So then you redouble your efforts. Say, okay, I'm realizing just how deep-seated this is and how really awful it is. It's terrible. It's a horrific thought system. I'm realizing it from my own experience. Okay, well, it must be undone. When I had those, I was just like, okay, whoa, I'm just shocked that I could have thought that and been so close to actually acting. But, okay, the game's on. I've seen the ego maybe so clearly for the first time in its shocking, ugly nature. And now it's right, you are going. This is, there's no question. You've got to go.
Yeah. No, I perfectly.
So I redoubled my efforts. Like,
for that.
okay, I really need to learn this course then. I really need to focus on this and learn. It's not this is about, pandering to my special ego. And like, I've got some kind of spiritual identity as a spiritual guru or teacher, because some of that stuff was going on before. It's like, no, that's all meaningless. This is about saving my own soul. This is what this is about. From that insane thought system, and what it could cause me to do, the awful consequence of it. Okay, I need redemption from that. That's why I'm doing it. And then you get very real with yourself. It's no longer about an illusion, perpetuating illusions of yourself. It's just like, I just want to be free of it. I want sanity again. I don't want this crazy voice in my mind telling me to do these awful things at the slightest provocation. Okay, we all get provoked. It wasn't the slightest provocation. It was a lot of provocation. But the fact is, it doesn't matter what the provocation is. It's still wrong. It's wrong. There's no provocation to justify.
They all affect your state of mind. Yeah.
So that's the message of the crucifixion. Yeshua was saying, it doesn't matter, even if they flog you, they betray you, they flog you, they crucify you. It doesn't matter, because the provocation is not enough to go out of love. You still remain in the Father, rooted in that awareness of source, even in that extremely tempting situation. That was his lesson.
Right.
Okay, so number 10. So we move on. Thanks, Elaine, for reading that.
Thank you.
Let's ask Aurelie, I think. Cycle back to Aurelie. Number 10.
The ego is afraid of the spirit's joy, because once you have experienced it, you will withdraw all protection from the ego and become totally without investment in fear.
Okay, so the separate self.
The separate self is afraid of pure formless awareness as joy, because once you have experienced it, You will withdraw all protection from the ego and become totally without investment in fear from the separate self. You will withdraw all protection from the separate self and become totally without investment in fear.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
So you don't protect it anymore. You don't defend it. So you withdraw all protection. So you will stop defending. That's really what you say.
Defending the
You will stop
ego.
defending.
The ego.
Yes.
Stop defending the ego.
Protecting is defending. You stop defending the separate self and become totally without investment in fear.
Yeah. Okay. Mm.
Become totally fearless.
Yeah, amen to that.
Yeah.
Your investment is great now because fear is a witness to the separation. Your investment in fear is great now because fear is a witness to the separation, and your separate self rejoices when you witness to it.
Yeah. So fear is part of the ego's kind of bigger, huge part of the construct.
Mm. Yeah.
If I'm look at the logic of it, I really have separated from love. So I am an individual self, and I have destroyed God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness in order to do this, in order to have a separate self. So I believe I've destroyed it, which means I'm guilty of this terrible sin and the guilt for it at what I've done. And now guilt and sin demands punishment.
Yeah.
So now I fear that the false expectation of punishment appearing real, I must fear the punishment. So the fear witnesses to guilt and sin make the separation real in my mind. Okay, so that's why fear witnesses to the separation. Okay, and your separate self rejoices when you witness to it.
When you witness to what?
When you witness to it, to the separate self. When you
witness to it. Mm.
Oh, so you witness to it, you make it real.
Mm. Okay. Leave it behind. Do not listen to it and do not preserve it. Listen only to pure formless awareness of perfect love, who is incapable of deception. Hmm?
I'm going to change that to let it go. Leave it behind becomes let it go.
Yeah. Let it go. Let it flow. Do not listen to it and do not preserve it. Listen only to pure formless awareness of perfect love, who is as incapable of deception as is the pure formless awareness he created. Yeshua created, or
Extended. So the pure formless one is the perfect love, which is as incapable of deception as is the pure formless awareness it extended. And we do. So the original, sorry, we're going to read the original. Leave it behind. Not listen, not preserve. Listen only to God, who is as incapable of deception as is the spirit he created. Okay, so God is pure formless awareness, perfect love. Listen only to that. which is incapable of deception, as is the pure formless awareness, it. How about only to perfect love, which is incapable of deception, as is the pure formless awareness. It, spirit he created, as is the pure formless of awareness, and it extended, I suppose. Pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness. It created of itself, as is the pure formless awareness of it. That's the spirit, yeah, pure formless awareness of itself, of perfect love. Okay, happy with that?
Release yourself and release others. Do not present a false and unworthy picture of yourself to others, and do not accept such a picture of them yourself. Yeah.
Okay. False and unworthy picture. So you believe in your ego and you deny your truth.
Yeah.
That you are love, then you present a false and unworthy picture of yourself to others, and you accept such a picture of them.
Image of yourself as well, or picture of yourself.
Yeah. Present a false and unworthy image, maybe. So your self-concept or self-image, do not accept such an image of them yourself. So if they believe in their separate self and you believe it too, then you're accepting their lie, aren't you?
I accept what?
You're accepting their lie. So let's take your husband, a practical example. So he presented an image of himself as a murderer trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's not true.
No, it's not
Who he
true.
really is. No. So if you accept,
I know that's not who he truly is. I know that.
yeah. So if you accept that image of him as true, then you accept an unworthy image of yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
Because then
that would make
must
me a
be
murderer too. Then.
well, then you're a victim, But a victim,
Oh, yeah.
this is how it goes. The victim switch the roles, and a victim can very easily become a persecutor, can't they? We've seen that in human history, very easy. Your victim doesn't take a lot to turn into a persecutor. Do you ever see, there was a movie about Winnie Mandela. Did you ever see that?
No. No, but you mean by filing a complaint and all that, it's like,
So you can if you don't accept the image, you just let it go. So that's not true.
Yes.
Winnie Mandela, she was a victim of the apartheid state, and she was horribly abused, and she went through hell. They tortured her, all kinds of stuff. But then, when they turned around, and I remember the final scene of the movie that I watched, it was very telling, because she'd been abused, and it showed a flashback to earlier in the movie when she was being interrogated and abused by the apartheid state. And then she was saying exactly the same thing to this poor little kid, because she was involved in burning children alive. It was horrible stuff. And so she became the persecutor. And exactly what was done to her, she did to this poor little boy. And it was so well done, because you could see the victim has become the persecutor because she believed in that. She didn't let it go, and she didn't forgive. She held anger and hatred in her heart.
Yeah.
That had to come out as now she becomes the persecutor, and what was done to her, she does to others, because that's how the ego's thought system works. And the reason why Nelson and her had to divorce was Nelson came out and he was in a different frame of mind. He said, no.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, we have to forgive women. She said, no, Nelson, we cannot forgive. These people have abused us and they've hurt us. And the people want vengeance. They want justice.
Yeah.
We must give it to them. And he said, this was in Long Walk to Freedom, if you watch the movie. And he said, no, Winnie, you're wrong. The people are wrong. They need leadership. They need someone to tell them that they are wrong. That's what leadership is.
Not through hate.
Not through hate. No, they must be shown a better way.
Exactly.
They must be shown that if you are angry and you are violent and you want revenge, that is destructive. It's the path of self-destruction. That is not going to help us to build a new country.
No, exactly. That's why forgiveness is the only way.
Yes, and fortunately, he understood that.
Yeah, I know. Well, he spent 27 years in prison.
27 years. It was great spiritual practice. I mean, if he hadn't gone to prison, basically lived like a monk. You know, they live in these little cells and they do the, you know, the work. He was working and he was studying because they allowed them books. So he read books like A Return to Love by Marianne Williamson, which is, you know, based on Course in Miracles. And he quoted it.
Really?
You know, our deepest fear. Yeah, when he came out of prison, his first speech for 27 years, more than 27 years, was our deepest fear. In it, he included our deepest fear.
Oh,
is
yes,
not
that's right. I've shared that quote. Yeah. Yeah.
Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure.
Yes.
Our light, not our darkness, which most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous?
Yeah.
Actually, who are you not to be? You're a child of God.
Yeah.
Your playing small doesn't serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We're all meant
a
to
lot
shine.
of movies like that about apartheid, like what was it called? Dry Season or something with Donald Sutherland, I think. A season dry and
Yeah, a lot of these movies, which are, you know,
The Color Purple with Whoopi Goldberg was one of the movies that also like really touched me. Yeah, The Color Purple. It was about, she was also working kind of, I think, as a slave.
I haven't watched it, but
Or she was separated from her siblings because of apartheid and stuff, or slavery. It was during the slavery.
right in the US, in the South.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Okay, so number 10. Let's just do a personalized summary of this. So my separate self is afraid of
pure formless awareness is joy. I would remove the of pure formless awareness. Yeah, or of the joy of pure.
Once you have experienced it, once I have experienced it, you stop defending.
My separate self and become totally fearless. Yeah. My investment in fear is great now because fear is a witness to the separation. To my separation. And my separate self rejoices when I make it real. I choose to let it go. I don't listen.
We'll keep that.
I do not listen to it and do not preserve it. I listen only to perfect love, which is as incapable of deception as is the pure formless awareness of itself. I release myself and others.
Maybe we'll just say, I
Yeah.
listen only to perfect love, which is incapable of deception.
Why is there uppercase W at which?
Because it's referring to the
Perfect love.
yeah.
Okay.
So it was who, and then I translated it to
Hmm.
which, because it's
Oh.
not really a personalized who, which.
Hmm.
We'll just take that out to perfect love that is incapable of deception.
I release myself and others. I do not present a false and unworthy image of myself and to others. And I don't accept such an image of them myself. I don't accept such an image of them myself. And I don't accept such an image of them.
Yeah. So there you have, the truth in your situation is you're releasing the false self-image. You're releasing all of that, saying, no, it's not true.
Yeah.
I was drawing the complaint. Do not present a false and unworthy image of myself to others. So you don't present yourself as a victim of the situation because it's false and unworthy. I do not accept such an image of them myself. So you don't perceive them as a persecutor.
No.
Because it's false. It's not true.
Yeah.
Even if they behaved in that way, it's still not true, you see?
Yeah.
That's what forgiveness does. It just undoes all of that false
belief, false thoughts. Yeah.
Yes. And so the beauty of that Muslim imam, the guy, he didn't see the guy as a murderer, did he? He didn't perceive him as a murderer, even though he killed his son.
Oh yeah.
He didn't go, you know, you deserve to suffer and die because you're a murderer. And no, he didn't perceive him as that. He saw him as he truly was, as the Christ.
He saw him as his own son. He said, I remember he said, I see you as my own blood and flesh.
Yeah. Extraordinary. And I wonder what's happened. I wonder if he continued to visit him. It might be quite interesting.
Yeah, it will be interesting.
The story. I suspect he might have gone to visit him. So he didn't misperceive him in that situation. He still saw his true nature as innocent. In the face of, okay, well he has actually done it. He did actually kill his biological son in an act of madness. But he didn't misperceive and say, well, that's you and you're a murderer and you deserve to be punished. He just saw that that's not the truth. He said, the ego has made you do this in a moment of madness, but that I don't misperceive and see you as the ego, because that would be an error.
Yeah. So I don't know if in that movie where I was talking about the color purple, if she really fights for her true identity, but she go through like this crazy, it was in the 1900 in South America. And 1900, and she fights to rebuild herself after years of abuse from her father, from whom she fell pregnant at 14 years old. And it's like it's like a whole generation of Black people fighting for their identity at that time. I mean, that movie was also a very, very deep movie.
Well, maybe I'll watch it as a mind-watching movie at some point. So,
And he managed to get through all of that. Yeah, like it's such a another brave heart or courageous image of overcoming the ego, overcoming the traumas, basically.
Okay, so you want to read My Separate Self?
Yeah. My
Read it from the
secret
top,
self is afraid of the joy of pure formless awareness, because once I have experienced it, I will stop defending my separate self and become totally fearless. My investment in fear is great now, because fear is a witness to my separation, and my separate self rejoices when I make it real. I choose to let it go. I do not listen to it and do not preserve it. I listen only to perfect love that is capable of deception.
Incapable.
That is incapable of deception. I release myself and others. I do not present a false and unworthy image of myself to others, and do not accept such an image of them myself. Or maybe, to others, and I don't
I mean, that, if you rephrase it in the first person, it becomes very powerful, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
it
an
is.
affirmation.
It is.
I will stop defending. I choose to let it go.
Yeah.
I release. It's all powerful affirmative statements.
Yeah, I really love these personalized summaries. They're very powerful. I do not present a false and unworthy image of myself to others, and I do not accept such an image of them myself. Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, so that's a key point. And he's saying, let go of fear.
Yeah, let it go.
It's not really true. It's not real. And if you believe in fear, then you're believing in an unworthy image of yourself, someone who can be hurt and victimized and act, and accepting as such an image from someone else. So in your situation, perfect. You're apparently the victim. The world tells you you're the victim. He's the persecutor. He now deserves to be, imprisoned because of his crime. And so there's separation going, and there's fear.
Yeah.
And the spirit simply says, no, let it all go. None of that is true.
Yeah.
At all. Do not present a false and unworthy image of yourself to him or to anyone, to the world, and do not accept such an image of him yourself into your mind. Well, if you complain, then you're accepting the image of the victim.
Yeah.
I'm the victim, and this was done to me, rather than actually, I created this. I did it to myself. I did it to myself. Which, I mean, again, the world won't understand. I did it to myself. No, he did it, clearly.
Yeah,
he was the one.
exactly. I know nobody will understand.
They don't understand unless they've had this kind of mind training that you created on another level. It's a projection of your own ego.
Yeah, what am I going to say to
perfect.
that judge when I say, no, I've withdrawn the complaint. I don't want to file charges or whatever. I've forgiven. I just want to say I have forgiven. That's all I want to say. Even that, I don't know if they'll get it, but we'll see. But that's why that video for me is so wow. Yeah, really touched me deeply, that video that you shared.
Good.
I can relate to it.
That's why I share, that's why I share these resources, because you just never know what might just be the trigger for someone. It might be like, oh my God, that was just exactly what I needed to see or hear.
Yeah.
And that's a catalyst for a major insight, awakening, miracle. Yeah. Someone else might go, well, yeah, okay. Didn't really get me. But, that's a powerful video. It should move anyone, really. If you watch it, just like,
I'm surprised my mom didn't react to it when I showed it to her yesterday. She didn't really react to it, but I'm sure it's making her think about, her unforgiveness.
Yeah.
Which video is that? Sorry to interrupt. Which video?
It's the one with Morgan Freeman, where the
oh yes,
the dad of how do you say, the Iman has forgiven his son's murderer, and he
Oh, yes.
just
You were
goes
talking
and he
about
hugs
that.
him at the court, at the court case. I mean, it's like so deep.
So what's it called again? You did mention it. Was it Redemption?
No, it's just a video that was shared on the Telegram group.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
it
just
is.
a short sort of 7-minute video. Morgan Freeman goes and interviews this guy
I'll have a look.
because he hears
Yeah.
about this, and
Right,
You
he-
shared
I'll
it
have
a
look.
couple times actually. When was the day you shared? Yesterday, the day before yesterday.
Right.
yeah, well, you
this-
buddies. So Aurelie, I tell you what, you find it for Elaine and send it to her. How about that?
I
Yeah,
will.
please.
I
Yeah,
will.
thank you.
I'm
Thank
busy
you.
doing it already.
Oh, great. Thank you, Aurelie. Thank you.
Hey,
Watch
you're
that, 'cause
welcome.
it's, well, I mean,
Okay.
you think, I mean, you got provoked by something quite minor by comparison. No one died. Okay, but potentially life-threatening, but no one actually murdered anyone. No one died. It was just,
No,
and
no,
yet
no.
you react like that. And the imam goes, "My son's actually being killed. I've every
Yeah.
Yeah.
right in the ego
Yeah.
thought system to be
Of
really
course, yeah.
upset and angry."
Yeah, that's why I could
That's the
feel, this depth of unconditional love, like
Mm.
the depth of love. Yeah, I could feel.
So it's a demonstration of unconditional love. I mean,
Yeah.
beautiful demonstration of this guy, and because he's he's done all this deep, it's
Training.
not fundamentalist Islam. It's a deep kind of mystical Sufi type Islam of love, compassion, because that is in Islam. It's surrender to that, because he's immersed himself in that his whole life. He was able. He said it wasn't easy. He still had to let it go. To let go of some anger and resentment. But his training helped him to do that. He wouldn't have been able to do it if he hadn't been on that path for many years.
But he has also a school of like religious school where he teaches all these, this values, this love values.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it had
So
to
he's
go. It
he's
had to
been
be
taught.
aligned with his values as well. Of what he's teaching in the school.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Mm.
And so there's genuine. When people say, "Well, Islam is all about taking over the world and terrorism and whatever," it's a false. It's a false
It's very
version of the
false.
religion.
Yeah, it's very
False.
false. And I actually had to speak with Muslim people to find out, really what this religion is about. And then by meeting people who are actually practicing that faith and religion, then it gives you a complete different picture than what you were originally taught or what you perceive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the same way, every religion, there's fundamentalist Christians who
Yeah.
would quite happily murder someone if they thought they were not, they're not of God. So that's okay. I mean, I just had an encounter with them. It's quite happy to do whatever because I'm not of God. So it's okay. I can treat you however I want. I mean, what a delusion. I mean, that's the essence of all evil, isn't it? Oh, I can treat you however I want because you're not like me. You're not of God and I'm of God. So, hey, the essence of all evil right there. That's, so that's the essence of all evil. All the pain, suffering, that's has been caused by religion. And there's a lot of it is because of that, because you think somehow you're separate from another person and you're somehow better because you have God and they don't. So they're an infidel. The Christians were like, Muslims are infidels. And the Muslims are, well, the Christians are infidels. And so we can kill the infidel because they don't believe, they're not like us. Well, then it's okay. We can murder them. It's all right. I mean, it's just a crazy belief system. And you see that it's totally insane.
Yeah, there's still a lot of ego in a lot of Christians. I mean, there's still so much ego, and it's not.
I mean, geez, I've seen it. My last two encounters with landladies. It's like both of them Christian, go to church. I'm going, how can you behave like this? And you go to church and you learn this stuff. Do unto others, we have them do unto you. All of that. Well, you're not applying any of it. Because it's very selective. See, if you don't genuinely let go of your ego and genuinely go into the spirit and say, I'm humble before you, and there's a genuine kind of awakening, then it's all just false. It's conceptual.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm of God, and so I believe in God, and I've got God, but you don't. So it's okay. Then I can treat you however I want because you
can believe in God, but be separated from love.
Yes. And then you go, but how's that possible? I said to, how can you, if you look at Jesus's commandments, his two primary commandments were love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and soul. Okay, number one. So that's translated into our language. Love, pure formless awareness of perfect love. Allow that, all your heart, mind, and soul. Allow that awareness to be your awareness. That's what he's saying, isn't it? Number one. And then secondly, as a corollary to that, love your neighbor as yourself. Because you cannot have pure formless awareness of perfect love and love your God in that way, with all your heart, mind, and soul, and not also love its extension, which is your neighbor. You can't, because you split your mind. So he understood that. That's why there were the two commandments. And to prevent people going, oh, well, I love God, but I don't love you. So it's okay if I treat you badly, but I can still love God. It's a delusion, and it's against the fundamental. If you say you're a Christian, well, those were his two fundamental commandments, his instructions, weren't they? So how can you say you're a Christian if you don't follow them? You're not a Christian then. It's a false, what you worship is a false God. And, when I pointed it out, she couldn't really argue. She didn't come back. Because well, how do you argue against that? You can't really, can you? There's no justification really. Because it's actually it's written down. It's in the Bible. It's in the scriptures. It's what they study. And yet, she's not living it. So then it's false. It's a false belief system. It's a false God. And in the name of the false God, look at the insanity that's happened in human history. And I just witnessed a little bit of it. It's just symptomatic of that whole insane mindset of I can treat you however I want because I'm of God and you're not. So that's okay then. You have to see that, that's a complete delusion. God is all encompassing. Otherwise it wouldn't be God. Awareness is awareness. It's all encompassing. It encompasses everyone and everything. Otherwise it wouldn't be God. Then what you've done is you've shaved off a conceptual version of a false God, and you've believed in that, and that's idolatry. That's false. Okay, so let's move on to number 11. We've got 3 paragraphs left. So let's try and crack on with it. Ego has built a shabby and unsheltering home for you. Who wants to read? Elaine, I think it's your turn.
The ego has built a shabby and unsheltering home for you because it cannot build otherwise. The alternative, the ego has built a shabby and unsheltering home for you because it cannot build otherwise. It wants to say. Yeah.
Shabby. And these words, I remember just once when I was waking up in South Africa. South Africa's just so, it's just, they don't maintain the streets and it's just shabby. In Johannesburg anyway, just so shabby and litter everywhere. And so I'm driving through all of this and these words came to me. It's just like shabby, this shabby world that I live in, that the ego's created. And I really saw it, just not, there's nothing beautiful about that. And this is what he's saying. Shabby, it's not worthy of your mind.
Right.
Cannot build otherwise. Cannot build the true and the beautiful because it's a denial of all of it. So it can't build otherwise. Not possible.
Right. Do not try to make this impoverished house stand. And that's the same.
Thought system, let's call it.
Right.
Because that's what it is. It's a reference to the biblical, the parable of the houses. Building the house on rock, building the house on sand.
Oh, yes, yeah.
It's a reference to that. So you build your house on sand and then the winds come and the storms come, the adversities of life come, in other words, and then you haven't got a solid foundation, the house is blown down. and built on the rock of faith, in your true self, then it withstands the adversities. You can stand because you've got deep roots. Okay, its weakness is your strength.
Its weakness is your strength, and it's three.
Only God.
Only God could make a home that is worthy of his creations, who have chosen to leave it empty by their own dispossession. And for this one, it is only pure formless awareness of perfect love could make a home that is worthy of its extensions, who have chosen to leave it empty by their own dispossession.
Yeah, I think that can remain. So we've chosen to maybe just chosen to abandon it. Chosen to abandon it.
By their dispossession.
And dispossess themselves. So we project this onto God. We say, oh God, why have you forsaken me? Why have you abandoned me? But actually, you abandon it. God had nothing to do with it. You're our choice to say, no, we don't want this anymore. We prefer a separate self. Okay.
And
Make a home. I think home needs to be capitalized.
yeah. Yet its
It's
home,
hurt.
capital F, will stand forever, and it is ready for you when you choose to enter it.
Okay, so it will stand forever. It's eternal.
Yeah.
Ready for you when you choose to enter. So your choice.
Yeah.
Of this you can be wholly certain.
Of this you can be wholly certain. Yeah.
You can be wholly certain.
And
So it's the one thing you can be truly certain of. Nothing in this world is certain. Everything in form changes and shifts. There's no certainty in time and space, is there?
no.
But this one thing you can be certain of, that this home will be there forever. Always, forever, eternally. Will stand eternally. So whatever your adventures, your misadventures in time and space, this remains always there.
Mhm.
Okay, and then number 7.
Pure formless
God.
awareness. Oh,
God
the
is.
top one, yes. God is as incapable of creating the perishable as the ego is of making the eternal. And pure formless awareness of perfect love is as incapable of creating the perishable as the belief in separation is of making the eternal.
Yeah. So what is permanent and eternal cannot create the perishable, and what is perishable cannot make eternal. So like these are opposites, different domains of reality.
Mm-hmm.
So what could you expect but a shabby and unsheltering home from the ego? Because it can't make otherwise. It's not possible for it to create what is eternal. And the search for that within the dream world is just magic. There's various books. There's a book called Built to Last, built by which was written by some guys in the 90s, and a lot of the companies, they were like, oh, these companies are going to last, you know. They were gone within 10 years. They didn't last because nothing's built to last. You know, nothing's going to last forever here. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
So don't try and find permanence in the shabby thought system of impermanence that the ego's invented. And you're not going to find it. And the ego, sorry, the separate self, the belief in separation. Has built a shabby, an unsheltering home for you because it cannot build otherwise. Okay, it's built a shabby, unsheltering home for me because it cannot build otherwise. I do not try to make this impoverished thought system stand. Its weakness is my strength. Because only pure formless oneness of perfect love could make a home that is worthy of its extensions. Me as its extension. It is I who have chosen to abandon it and dispossess myself. And its home will stand eternally. It is ready for me when I choose to enter it. I can be wholly certain of this. Be wholly certain I like that. I can be wholly certain of this. How about this is the only thing of which I can be wholly certain. Because pure formless awareness of perfect love is as incapable of creating the perishable as the belief in separation is of making eternal. Okay, read that from the top.
The belief in separation has built a shabby and unsheltering home for me because it cannot build otherwise. I do not try to make the impoverished thought system stand because only pure formless awareness of perfect love could make a home that is worthy of me as its extension. And it is I who have chosen to abandon it and dispossess myself. Yet its home will stand eternally and is ready for me when I choose to enter it. This, the only thing of which I can be wholly certain, because pure formless awareness of perfect love is as incapable of creating the perishable as the belief in separation is of making the eternal.
Okay, so what's he saying there? Key points.
Well, the belief of separation built on a shabby, unsheltering home is unwise. Well, it can't be done. and pure formless awareness can make a home that is worthy and has its extension. This is the only thing that is wholly certain, pure formless awareness.
Hmm.
And is
And
incapable
the home is made. So this eternal reality is the only thing that I can be certain of. In the shifting, the sands of time. I remember speaking to a Vipassana teacher, and I said, "So, what do you believe?" I was just curious. And she said, she made a statement. She said, "There's nothing other than the impermanent." I said, "Really?" I said, "That's interesting, because what's permanent beyond that? What's aware of that impermanence?" And then she was like, "Oh, well, actually, yeah, I kind of know I exist." You could see she was on shaky ground. She hadn't really rooted herself in the beingness. No, she got so into the Vipassana, like everything's anicca, everything's impermanent, that she'd forgotten that there is a permanent self and reality that underlies that, which is kind of the whole point. You're just seeing the impermanence in form to go deeper than that and accept the permanent true reality that underlies it.
Yeah.
But it's easy to forget. So, in all of her spiritual practice and stuff, she'd forgotten it. It was like, wow, it's 25 years of doing Vipassana, you still don't know who you are.
Yeah.
You still don't know that there's an eternal reality that underlies the world of form. And so I was like, I don't think that the Vipassana's got the whole answer. I think it can be a really good technique. But I think you need this kind of mind training. Yes, we're telling you over and over, pure formless awareness of perfect love is all there is. This is your home. This is permanent. This is unchanging. So look beyond the illusions of time and space and form and shift and change, and look beyond it to find that permanent awareness that doesn't change in your mind, because that's the only place where you'll find your home. And that's the only thing you can be wholly certain of. It's the one thing that does not change. Through all of the dream experiences we have, it's the one certainty that you can rely on. Fortunately, otherwise we'd be lost in time and space forever. It wasn't a permanent, eternal reality. We'd be lost here forever. Then this would be reality, and we'd just be doomed to
horrible,
experience time and space over and over and over again, which is what the ego is telling us, but it's a lie. Okay, so moving on then. Give me a moment to get this to the end. There we go. Okay, 2 more. Nearly there. Number 11. So, Aurelie, aren't you pleased we did 5 paragraphs last night?
Yeah, absolutely.
Aurelie was like, I don't want to do it. I'm like, okay, I'm just telling you, you're not going to want to do 13 paragraphs in one go. So it's a
That's
monster.
for sure. No, not tonight.
Yeah, so 2 more. Of your ego. You want to read that?
Yeah. Of your ego, you can do nothing to save yourself or others. But of your spirit, you can do everything for the salvation of both. So spot on. Yeah. That was meant to be for me, this one.
Yes, exactly. Of your separate self.
Yeah, of your separate self, you can do nothing to save yourself or others, but of your spirit or out of your pure formless awareness of perfect love, you can do everything for the awakening of both.
Yeah. So to save is to awaken. So we translate salvation
to
as
awaken yourself.
Because what does it mean to save you? Well, it means you awaken the person from the dream, the nightmare of being a separate self.
Saving myself from the ego.
Yeah. So you awaken, you wake up from the dream, the nightmare of this false self that you believed in.
Oh, Elaine, she's giving up.
Elaine's going. Come on, Elaine.
Come
Hang
on,
in there.
Elaine. Come on,
We've got 2 paragraphs to go.
I've got to be up sharp in the morning. I'm yawning away. I've got to be up sharp in the morning. I've got a bit of work.
Yeah, I know.
You can do it.
Been
You can
there,
do it.
got the t-shirt.
Yeah, You can do it, Laura. I can't even say words. I'm getting so tired now. Orally.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
also can do it.
I can, but I'm just sort of yawning.
Yeah, that's the
Stay
process.
with us for one more paragraph.
It's part
Finish
of the
number 12.
process, Elaine.
Okay.
Yawning is part of the process. You're releasing.
Okay, come on then.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Stay with us till number 12. Okay.
Okay, I'm just
So-
going to go and get a drink though, because I've got a dry throat. I'll just be a second.
It's okay. All right.
Okay.
We'll carry on. But of your pure formless awareness, you can do everything.
Out of okay,
The awakening
of
of
your
both.
separate self, you can do nothing to awaken yourself or others. But of your pure formless awareness, you can do everything for the awakening of both. Mm.
Okay, so let's flip that around. You can do nothing to awaken yourself from
Your
your
separate self.
separate self.
Yeah.
You can do
So
nothing
you
to
can
awaken
awaken
yourself.
yourself and others then.
Yeah.
Or others, yeah, from your separate
Or others
self.
from your separate self. But
But you
you
can
can do everything
do everything.
for the awakening of both.
Now both the separate self and the pure. Hmm? No, wait. Mhm.
How about but your pure formless awareness? So
Yes.
your let's just make it even simpler. Your separate self can do nothing to awaken yourself or others. Much simpler, isn't it? Your separate self,
Yeah. But your pure formless
pure
awareness
formless
can
awareness,
do
can do
everything
everything
for the
for the
awakening
awakening
of
of
both.
both. Much better, simpler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Humility is a lesson for the separate self, not for the pure formless awareness.
Humility is a lesson for the ego, not for
For the separate self.
Yeah.
Pure formless awareness is beyond humility because it recognizes its radiance and gladly sheds its lights everywhere.
So it's just like a light that's shining everywhere. It's indiscriminate. It's unconditional. It just gives and gives and gives. A bit like the sun. The sun's the closest analogy we've got in our universe of time and space. Just shines its light forever, giving freely of itself forever, without
But it's
limit.
actually, for me now, from my understanding now, it's more about spreading its love, actually, extending its love. That's how I understand it.
Yeah. So how about we say and gladly recognizes radiance and gladly extends
It's love. It's unconditional love, even. Or it's perfect love.
Yeah.
It's perfect love, everywhere.
Because that's what light means. It's light is
Yeah.
is just this love, loving awareness. It's we could even say this is quite nice. It's loving awareness.
Yeah, I like that as well, loving awareness. Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
So then if you are part of that, the extension, then you must extend your loving awareness everywhere. That's the message.
The meek shall inherit the earth because their egos are humble, and this gives them truer perception. What's the meek again? I've seen this one before.
The meek, yeah. So this is a quote from the Bible. Meek shall inherit the earth.
Yeah, I
So
know.
meek. The meek shall inherit the earth because their egos are humble. So meekness implies mildness, gentleness, humbleness, humility. So he's saying this is what it really means, to quote, because they're separate selves are humble, and this gives them truer perception. Okay? So he who humbles himself will be made great. Another version of that. So from the Bible, because we've humbled the separate self. It's no longer in charge. And this gives them truer perception.
So the meek is the gentle ones.
Yeah, so meekness means mild, gentle.
Yeah.
Google has to say.
Yeah, that's what I saw, gentle in French. The gentle.
Quiet, gentle,
Or soft.
and it has a downside, and it can be easily imposed on or submissive.
Ah, the soft ones, yeah.
Yeah. So the ego goes, oh well, I don't want to be meek and mild because it's like I'm a pushover, I'm a doormat.
Yeah.
But quiet and gentle and humble, those are good qualities.
Yeah. The soft ones, I mean, the meek shall inherit the earth because their separate self are humble, and this gives them truer perception.
Okay, so
The kingdom of heaven is the pure formless awareness, is right?
Yeah, so heaven is the state of pure formless awareness. So the state of pure formless awareness is the spirit's right. So the original would be the spirit's right, and is pure formless
The nature.
state of pure formless awareness.
The true nature. I mean,
what's he saying there? Is the spirit's right? Is state of pure formless awareness is the natural state of the mind. How about that? So we'll use mind instead of spirit there. That works. So natural state of the mind, capital mind.
Yeah.
Whose beauty and dignity are far beyond doubt. And you see they don't capitalize W there. They do. Weird.
The state of truthfulness awareness.
State of the mind, whose beauty
and dignity
are far beyond doubt, beyond perception.
Beyond perception. And stand forever as the mark of the love of pure formless awareness of perfect love for its extension, who are wholly worthy of it and only of it.
Yeah, as pure formless awareness of perfect love's love, as mark of the love of pure formless awareness. For its extensions. You are wholly worthy of it and only of it. Okay, so telling us again, we are wholly worthy of love and only of this, nothing else is.
Nothing else is sufficiently worthy to be a gift. for an extension of pure, formless awareness of perfect
The
love.
original is sufficiently worthy to be a gift for a creation of God himself. So translate that as to be a gift for an extension of perfect love itself. Okay. So let's so my separate self can do nothing to awaken myself or others, but
My pure formless awareness can do everything for the awakening of both. Humility is a lesson for my separate self and not for pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness is beyond humility because it recognizes its radiance and gladly extends its loving awareness everywhere. Maybe we can remove that sentence, the meek shall inherit the earth. No? We don't really need this part.
their separate selves are humble. This gives them true perception, State of pure formless awareness is the natural state of my mind.
Yeah.
In
Whose
dignity far
beauty
beyond
and
doubt.
dignity are far beyond doubt, beyond perception, and stand forever as the mark of the love of pure formless awareness for its extension, who are wholly worthy of it and only of it. Okay. Yeah.
The sign of the love.
Yes, sign, yeah.
Sign of the love of pure formless awareness for its extensions. Yeah, I think that works. Love of pure form. Pure formless is a sign of the pure formless awareness of pure. So I think love of pure formless awareness for its extension works. You are wholly worthy of it and only of it.
Nothing else is sufficiently worthy to be a gift for an extension of perfect love itself. Yeah.
How about personalize it? For me as its extension, so we personalize it, stand forever as a sign of the love of pure formless awareness for me and everyone else as its extension.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who are wholly worthy of it and only of it. Maybe we just take that out. Nothing else is sufficiently worthy to be a gift for an extension of perfect love itself. For me as an extension of perfect love itself. Okay, want to read that from the top?
My separate self can do nothing to awaken myself or others, but my pure formless awareness can do everything for the awakening of both. Humility is a lesson for my separate self, not to pure formless awareness.
Not
Pure
for
formless
pure.
awareness is beyond humility because it recognizes its radiance and gladly extends its loving awareness everywhere. The state of pure formless awareness is the natural state of my mind, whose beauty and dignity are far beyond doubt, beyond perception, and stand forever as the sign of the love of pure formless awareness for me and everyone else as its extension. Nothing else is sufficiently worthy to be a gift for me as an extension of perfect love itself.
And nothing else is worthy.
Yeah, it's worthy.
Okay, so what's he saying there? Summary.
Mm.
In your own words. Do you want to go outside? Okay. So humility, humbling myself. So humility is a lesson for the ego. So this is what the ego can learn to get out the way, and then that allows the spirit to come in. Spirit's natural state is radiant, it's extensive, beyond perception, stands forever as the sign of the love of pure formless awareness. It's perfect transcendence, pure formless awareness of perfect love that is beyond anything the ego has made up. It is beyond humility because it just is. Humility is a lesson for what's false. The spirit doesn't need to humble itself because it just is true.
Yep.
Okay, happy with that one?
Yeah.
Number 13, last one. Let's ask Elaine. Elaine, will you read for us?
Yeah.
Yay, she's here.
Yay.
I've
Very good. Very good.
Very good. Yay.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Oh, got it. That's our new mantra.
Yay.
Yeah. 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 I've got a second win. I've got a second win now, so I'll probably be up till whenever. So here we go.
That's good.
Here we go.
Very good. Yay.
That's our new mantra. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I will substitute for your ego if you wish, but never for your spirit. And the alternative. I will substitute for your ego if you wish, but never for your pure formless awareness. So I will, yeah.
Father.
And a father can safely leave a child with an elder brother who has shown himself responsible, but this involves no confusion about the child's origin. The alternative.
Same, yeah, we'll leave it because he's giving us an analogy of a father and a child in this world. An elder brother is showing himself. Correct that. And shown, how about he was shown that he is responsible.
Right. So this involves no confusion about the child's origin.
Yeah. So the brother is not the father.
He's
the brother's just
his mentor.
Temporary caretaker. Yeah, just helping.
Yeah.
Okay,
The brother can protect the child's body and its ego, but it does not confuse itself with the father because he does this. He does this.
And separate self.
Yeah, the brother can.
He does not confuse himself with the father. Okay. Because he does this. Okay? So he's using an analogy. He's like the older brother to us, and he can take care of us. He can protect our bodies. He can take care of our separate self by just helping us to recognize that it's a delusion. But he doesn't confuse himself with the father because he does this.
Right.
That's an analogy that he's using.
Yeah.
And so I can be entrusted.
I can be entrusted with your body and your ego only because this enables you not to be concerned with them and lets me teach you this. Where am I? And let me teach you their unimportance.
Yeah. No.
I think I've skipped it.
Translate there, separate self. Body and a separate self, only because this enables you not to be concerned with them.
Yeah, that's it.
And lets me teach you their unimportance. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's Do we want to keep it as I can be entrusted, or let him teach you their unimportance, or do we want to translate it to Yeshua? But then he said I, we substitute, right? So we've changed the sense of it, haven't we?
Either or, I don't know. Right.
Yes, you can be entrusted with your body and your separate self only because this enables you not to be concerned with them and lets him teach you their unimportance. He could not understand their importance to you.
If I had not once been tempted to believe in them myself.
He had not once been tempted to believe in them himself. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, do you want me to continue?
Let us undertake to learn lessons. So let me undertake to learn this lesson
Together.
with him, so we can be free of them together.
Yeah. I need devoted teachers who share my aim of healing the mind.
So remember what devoted was?
Oh no, I don't.
Were you here? Maybe you missed that. You came in late, didn't you?
Maybe, yes. I must have missed
Already
it.
will help you out. Already devoted.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking to put on mute. He needs unconditional loving teachers.
Right.
Unconditionally loving teachers.
So that means
Share
devoted.
his aim
Yeah. Okay.
of healing the mind. Okay? So he's trying to train us. What he's trying to do is train a whole bunch of unconditionally loving teachers in the thought system, so we can go out into the world and teach unconditional love and awaken people to the truth of that.
I know that's my purpose, that's for sure.
Yeah. There's no higher teaching of unconditional love.
No, there's no higher teaching anyway.
Because it's related to, the non-dual, pure non-dual teaching is unconditional love. Right? Unconditional is not conditional. There's no conditions, there's no duality.
Yes, yeah. Right.
Yeah. Share his aim of healing the mind. Notice that's lowercase mind already. So that's the mind that's split. You wouldn't have an uppercase mind there, because the uppercase mind doesn't need to be healed.
You left an S that lets him teach you their unimportance at number 4. Lets him. You sure there's no S that lets him, right? Number 4, just before 5 on the.
Yeah. What you concerned about? Yeah. Lets him.
Is this correct? It's not let him. Let him teach you.
Because it's Yeshua can be entrusted with your body and your separate self only because this enables you not to be concerned with them, and lets him, Yeshua, lets him teach you their unimportance. So that's correct.
Lets him.
Be a let's. Yeah. It's grammatical. English isn't your first language, so I get it. It's not and this isn't the easiest language either, but yeah, it is. Yeshua lets him.
And then at 6, it's let
me. Yeshua.
So lets him and let me.
Yeah.
6.
So let me. So instead of maybe let me, say I choose to, because that's really what we say. Let me.
Yeah.
I choose to undertake. I choose to learn this lesson with him, so we can be free of them together.
That's clear.
Yeah, and he's unconditionally loving teachers who share his aim of healing the mind. So that's what you've been trained. He wants to train a whole army of people. The meek shall inherit the earth. He's training an army of people who have humbled themselves truly and let go of their egos, and they go out and they teach this message of unconditional love to the world. Just as he said to his disciples, go out and teach my message. This is like the second coming. He's saying, okay, I'll come again through this book, and I'm going to train a whole army of disciples. So you can go out there and you can teach this message to the world, because it needs more than ever to hear it.
And that's why we created Voice to Love.
Yeah.
Until drama happened.
Yeah. Well,
Because
the ego's going to try and,
we needed to go through more lessons before we can be really doing
before you
it.
can unconditionally loving teachers. Well, you have to have attained unconditional love.
Yeah, exactly. We cannot teach before that, that's for sure.
No. No. So share his aim of healing the mind. Okay.
Pure formless awareness is far beyond the need of your protection or mine.
Okay.
Remember this. Colon. In this world, you need not have tribulation, because I have overcome the world.
Yeah, so my protection or yours or Yeshua's. In this world,
In this world, you need not have tribulation, because I have overcome the world. Yeshua has overcome the world. That is why you should be of good cheer.
in this world, I need not have tribulation. That is why
You should be of good cheer.
I should be a good cheer. Okay. So what's he saying there? I think I just need to give me a moment. Because the dog's barking, so I think you might want to go.
Yes, of course.
Give me a minute.
Oh, is anybody there? Hello? Oh, my battery's going low.
All right. We're back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, my battery's on very low. It's 3%, so I'll have to finish off.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just going to personalize it, and that should. You probably won't have time for meditation, but I'll just do the personalization. So
Yeah.
Yeshua will substitute for my separate self. I wish, but never for my pure formless awareness. Father can safely, okay, we could probably cut all that stuff out. So Yeshua can be entrusted. My body and my separate self. Only because this enables me not to be concerned with them. Okay. It's quite comforting, and let him teach me their unimportance. Okay, so we're saying, give it over to you. This voice of Yeshua in the course. Give it, you show me. Show me how to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Let him teach me their unimportance. So I'm allowing him to be my teacher.
The
I
brother
could not understand the importance to me if he had not once been tempted to believe in them himself. I wonder if we want to change that. Choose to learn this lesson with him so we can be free of them together. He needs unconditionally loving teachers who share his aim of healing the mind. Pure formless awareness is far beyond the need of my protection or Yeshua's. Remember this. In this world, I need not have tribulation. Yeshua has overcome the world. That is why I should be of good cheer. Okay, do you want to read that from the top, Elaine?
Yeah. Yeshua will substitute for my separate self if I wish, but never for my pure formless awareness. Yeshua can be entrusted with my body and my separate self only because this enables me not to be concerned with him and lets him teach me their unimportance. He could not understand their importance to me if he had not once been tempted to believe in them himself. I choose to learn this lesson with him so we can be free of them together. He needs unconditionally loving teachers who share his aim of healing the mind. Pure formless awareness is far beyond the need of my protection as Yeshua or Yeshua. Yeah, or Yeshua. Remember this, in this world, I need not have tribulation because Yeshua has overcome the world. That is why I should be of good cheer.
So he has shown me how to overcome the world. We don't need to say Yeshua has overcome the world, sort of implicit in that. So he's the example, he's the way show. He's done it, therefore I can do it. That's why I should be of good cheer. That is why I should be good cheer, maybe we can say it of, that's why I should be and I should be truly maybe happy, truly joyful.
Yeah.
That's why I should be truly joyful or just joyful. That's why I should be overjoyed. How about that? That's nice. That's why I should be
Or
overjoyed.
they say indescribably happy, don't they?
Mm.
Get to this state, but yeah.
That's why I
So,
should be
yeah.
overjoyed.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
good.
so what's he saying here in summary? He's saying,
well, just let the brother take care of your body needs, and Yeshua will well, show you the truth basically. And
so he knows the way because he's as he said, if I'd not been tempted to believe in them himself, because he's been human and he knows the way, we can trust him. Say, okay, well, you know the way out. You've got out. You've overcome these false beliefs in the body, in the world, your personal self. So we can trust him as our guide. That's what he's saying. He's trying to get us at the early stage to trust him as a teacher, isn't it? Say, okay, well, look, put your faith in me. Your faith is justified because I've walked the path before you.
right, yeah.
And so this is like the guru, the teacher saying, well, look, this is why you should trust me. This is why you should follow my teaching. Because he knows he needs to build that strength and that trust, that faith in him for the journey to come, because we've got to go through the undoing of the ego together. And it's going to be quite intense.
Yeah.
So this is all preparation for that journey. Okay, so that's it done. If you need to go, Elaine, we're going to do a meditation. If Aurelie's up for that. Aurelie, do you want to do a 20-minute meditation on this? Maybe 25. It's quite a bit because there's the first 5 as well. And that'll close out the session.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
All right.
Have a good
Right.
night.
All right.
You too, yes. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye.
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 All right. So shall we? Well, it's 4 hours 27 minutes. We've been going for.
Really?
So
I don't even know. I lost track of time. I don't even
you
know what
do.
time it
Well,
is.
yeah. It's 11:30 your
Oh, really? Okay.
time. So yeah. So you want to do a meditation on this?
Yeah, that would be nice. And I was just
Okay.
busy
Close
writing
the
actually. Something
session
came
now.
to mind now.
Okay.
Because of something my mom said today, like, oh, she's projecting, and my ego is being tested whether I really want to take on that belief or not. The belief in inheriting hereditary or genetic illness or disease or disorder, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
I was busy writing it down to remember to let it go. Another on my to-do list of letting go beliefs.
Yeah.
Or test. I need to test and see if I really believe in this, because I kind of worked on that, but I just need to write this down.
Okay. So are you ready?
No, I'm just writing it down just because it came to mind now.
Okay. Message of unconditional love. Let's have a look at that.
illness, disease, and or disorder.
Sorry, something went wrong. Interesting. Okay, that link didn't seem to work. So, you know,
Sorry,
I don't know, that link didn't work.
what link?
You posted it in the group.
Oh, how come?
What did I don't know, just said something went wrong. Facebook said something went wrong. Let's try it on my computer.
Really?
Oh, there we go. Right. Maybe it's because I wasn't logged in. I don't know. So then it came up on my computer. This was the Morgan Freeman video.
Yeah, it came through from my phone. If I click on it from the message on my phone, it's going straight to it.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So yeah, it's working on my laptop. It's not on my phone. It's because someone would log in.
And it is
All right.
Mm.
So are you ready? Aurelie, you ready?
I'm just writing down what I was thinking before.
Okay, well, I'll play this video soon. Oh, so I haven't watched that for a while. It's very profound.
Yeah, a good, very good message.
Mm.
Powerful message.
So what's our, if we can't forgive, why not?
Sorry?
Well, if we can't forgive, there's an example of a man who's done it in an extreme case.
Yeah.
How do you forgive the killer of your son and actually love him and genuinely, you could see genuinely felt compassion, genuinely felt love in that moment when he's hugging. There was no like, I'm faking this. It was like a genuine, a genuine kindness, wasn't it, coming through?
Yeah. I'm actually grateful that I managed to show it to my mom, actually. She's very resistant to forgiving.
Yeah, but it's got to make you wonder. Well, if someone like that can forgive in those extreme circumstances, what's my excuse?
Exactly.
Why can't I do it?
Exactly. Yeah,
It's not impossible.
I'm sure it's going to be playing in her mind.
Yeah, it's a very good example. So
Yeah.
All right. So shall we do a meditation?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get the recording going. Okay. So just making yourself comfortable. Sitting with your feet shoulder width apart. Favorite meditation posture, back straight, cup your hands in your lap. Close your eyes and start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. Breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Just pausing at the top of the inhale. Draw the energy up the spine through your sphincter muscle, lock the energy in. Scan your mind, so noticing any thoughts, emotions, body sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels negative or limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. So breathe into that. And remind yourself that whatever's going on for you, whatever thoughts and emotions you're experiencing, I am not alone in experiencing the effects of how I see or perceive whatever it is, situation, person. I'm not alone in experiencing the effects of how I see. And just do that for whatever seems to be causing any upset or drama. And then you're just going to blow it all away to help you as you exhale. Have a sense of just releasing it. The nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. Just letting it go. Almost stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And you just rest in this peace and stillness and beyond the illusion lies the truth of who you really are. So I'm not alone in experiencing the effects of my seeing or my perceiving. Because we are one, there's only one mind. So now into this empty, open, spacious awareness. Just going to drop these ideas. And just permeate into your awareness like water just dripping through from the surface through the bedrock into the caves beneath. This is where stalactites and stalagmites come from. So drip, 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 and just creating these beautiful structures in your mind. Wondrous splendor in your subconscious, splendor of the true self, pure formless awareness, perfect love. So it's creating a beautiful subconscious structure for your life. That's what you're doing by contemplating these lessons, by practicing them, by meditating on them, by forgiving, putting them into practice and forgiving. So just watch your breath. Listen to my words, let them just drop in, seep into your awareness like water just seeping down into the bedrock, your subconscious mind. You watch your breath. Just observe the breath flowing into the nostrils and out of the nostrils. Just letting it flow in and out. You're observing the pure witness of all of it. So nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, just breathe, relax, be still, and listen to these powerful words from this is the personalized summary of the reading of today, section 1 of chapter 4, called Right Teaching and Right Learning. And it's personalized in the first person, so just as I say these words, say them to yourself, make them into an affirmation. So not just theory, it's about how you apply them to your life. So if I am to be a good teacher, I clarify my own ideas and strengthen them by teaching them. My students and I are really learning the same lessons. I must believe in the ideas I teach and the ability of my students to accept them. And this is key if I'm going to be a good teacher. I have guided my ideas because I want to protect my thought system as it is, and learning means change. Change is always fearful to my separate self because it cannot conceive of change as a move towards healing the separation. I'm identifying with my separate self. I will always perceive change as a move toward further separation because the separation was my first experience of change. So the separated self in me believes that if I allow no change to enter into it, I will find peace. This profound confusion is possible only if I maintain that the same thought system can stand on two foundations. But nothing can communicate with pure formless awareness from the belief in separation. That is the foundation of my separate self. And nothing can communicate with the belief in separation from pure formless awareness. They are separate, irreconcilable thought systems. Pure formless awareness can neither strengthen my belief in separation nor reduce the conflict within it. My belief in separation is a contradiction to the truth. My separate self and my true loving self are in opposition. They are opposed in source, direction, and outcome, and are fundamentally irreconcilable because pure formless awareness cannot perceive and my separate self cannot know. Therefore, they are not in communication and can never be in communication. Nevertheless, my separate self can learn because I cannot make the totally lifeless out of the life that has been given to me. It's not possible to deny that life completely. So just keep breathing, observing the breath flowing in and out through the nostrils. Let the breath just breathe you. Staying in this nice, deep, calm, peaceful state of awareness, letting these messages just seep in to the subconscious of your mind, through the bedrock into the subterranean cavern of your subconscious mind, where they are programming beautiful structures, beautiful stalactites and stalagmites, the foundation of the new thought system. So keep watching your breath and keep listening and absorbing. You might want to put one hand on your heart. Just feel like you're breathing this information in. So let's continue. Pure formless awareness need not be taught, but my separate self must be. I perceive my true learning is ultimately frightening because it leads to the letting go of my belief in separation and the restoration of my pure formless awareness. My separate self must fear this change because it does not share Yeshua's unconditional love for me. His lesson was like mine. Because he learned it, he can teach it. He will never attack my separate self, but he is trying to teach me how its thought system arose. And when it reminds me of my true being, my separate self can only respond with fear. Teaching and learning are now my greatest strengths because they enable me to change my mind and help others to change theirs. Using to change my mind, I prove that the separation has not occurred. If I, as the dreamer, doubt the reality of my dream while I'm still dreaming, I'm not really healing my split mind. The doubting is the start, but I must let go of the dream. I must deny the dream. So I dream of a separated self and believe in a world that rests upon it. This is very real to me. I cannot let it go by not changing my mind about it. So if I'm willing to renounce the role of guardian of my thought system and open it to Yeshua, he will correct it very gently and lead me back to pure formless awareness of perfect love. So every good teacher hopes to give his students so much of his own learning that they will one day no longer need him. This is my one true goal as a teacher. It's impossible to convince my separate self of this because it goes against all its own laws. Laws are set up to protect the thought system which the lawmaker believes. It's natural for my separate self to try to protect itself. Once I've made it. But it is not natural for me to want to obey its laws unless I choose to believe them. My separate self cannot make this choice because of the nature of its origin. My true self can because of the nature of its origin. Keep watching your breath, breathing in and out through the nose. And these ideas permeate into your awareness on a deeper level. Not even necessary about understanding the words itself. Just experiencing the energy of them and then take you energetically into a different state of mind. So separate, let's continue. Separate selves can clash in any situation, but pure formless awareness cannot clash at all. I perceive a teacher as merely a larger ego. I will be afraid, because to enlarge an ego will increase my anxiety about separation. Yeshua will teach with me and live with me if I will think with him, but his goal is to free me from the need for a teacher. This is the opposite of the ego-oriented teacher's goal. Ego-based teacher is concerned with the effect of his separate self and other separate selves and interprets their interaction as a means of preserving his separate self. I will not be an unconditionally loving teacher as long as I believe in my separate self. So you cannot teach unconditional love and still believe in a separate self. It's not possible. My worth is not established by teaching or learning, however. My worth is established by pure formless awareness of perfect love. As long as I dispute this, everything I do will be fearful, particularly any situation that lends itself to the belief in superiority and inferiority. Nothing I do or think or say or wish or make is necessary to establish my worth. My separate self is never at stake. Because pure formless awareness of perfect love did not extend it. My pure formless awareness of perfect love is never at stake because it did. If I'm confused about this point, I'm delusional. I cannot love unconditionally. As long as this delusion lasts. So it's very clearly my self-concept must be correct. I must identify with my true self, or unconditional love is impossible. Which is why it's so rare in this world, because everyone's identifying with their separate self. So my separate self is afraid of the joy of pure formless awareness, because once I've experienced it, I will stop defending my separate self, become totally fearless. My investment in fear is great now, because fear is a witness. To my separation, and my separate self rejoices when I make it real. I choose to let it go now. So I choose to let it go. So just breathe in this choice into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in the light, and just going to choose to let go of all darkness. Darkness is simply not true. Breathe it in, breathe in the light. I do not listen to my separate self, and I do not preserve it. I listen only to perfect love that cannot deceive. I release myself and others. I do not listen to it, and I do not preserve it. I choose to let it go now. I listen to perfect love that cannot deceive. To blow all this idea of the separate self away. Say, I release myself and others. I do not present a false and unworthy image of myself to others, and I do not accept such an image of them myself. If there's anyone who you misperceive, and just let that go. That image is part of the ego's false concept. You hold of them and then of yourself. And my belief in separation has built a shabby and unsheltering home for me because it cannot build otherwise. I do not try to make this impoverished thought system stand, because only pure formless awareness of perfect love could make a home that is worthy of me as its extension. And it is I who've chosen to abandon it and dispossess myself. Yet its home will stand eternally and is ready for me when I choose to enter it. This is the only thing of which I can be wholly certain. Because pure formless awareness of perfect love is as incapable of creating the perishable as the belief in separation is of making the eternal. So my separate self can do nothing to awaken myself or others, but my pure formless awareness can do everything for the awakening of both. Humility is a lesson for my separate self, not for pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness is beyond humility because it recognizes its radiance and gladly extends its loving awareness everywhere. state of pure formless awareness is the natural state of my mind. So humility is a lesson for my separate self, not for pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness is beyond humility because it recognizes its radiance and gladly extends its loving awareness everywhere. Just feel that extension now outward from you, from your true self. State of pure formless awareness, as Yeshua, is the natural state of my mind. Its beauty and dignity are far beyond doubt, beyond perception, and stand forever as the sign of the love of pure formless awareness for me and everyone else as its extension. Nothing else is worthy to be a gift for me as an extension of perfect love itself. To feel that extension from you outwards, just radiating through your mind, bless and to heal everyone you know, everyone you don't know, anyone you can think of, blessed in this radiant light. And Yeshua will substitute for my separate self if I wish, if I allow him to. But never for my pure formless awareness. He can be entrusted with my body and my separate self only because this enables me not to be concerned with him and lets him teach me their importance. Could not understand their importance to me if he had not once been tempted to believe in them himself. So I choose to learn this lesson with him, so we can be free of them together. He needs unconditionally loving teachers who share his aim of healing the mind. Pure formless awareness is far beyond the need of my protection or Yeshua's. In this world, I need not have tribulation, because Yeshua has overcome the world. That is why I should be overjoyed, because someone has done it. And so I have an example of how to do it. And so just rest now in this overjoyed state, knowing that it's a done deal. You're already saved, you're home free, you're in your source of art. Any fetters, anything blocking you, just pure formless awareness of perfect love arising in your mind, your heart right now. So just allow that awareness to arise, breathing in and out through your nose, observing subtle sensations of the breath, and sinking inwards to deeper awareness for a couple of minutes. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, and surrender to presence in you, infinite, eternal, spacious awareness. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, and surrender into spacious awareness. Next couple of minutes of deep silence. And if any thoughts come in, to seem to disturb this deep awareness, bring them to mind, breathe into them, remind yourself today's lesson. I'm not alone in experiencing the effects of my seeing, of my perceiving. I'm not alone in experiencing the effects of my thoughts. It's tomorrow's lesson. So use these ideas to let it go. Thoughts and your perception are not exclusive to you. You can realize this, and that will help you to let them go. Blow them away. Your responsibility to the whole, not to think negative thoughts. Enough negativity out there already. So just sinking inwards, blow it all out, let it all go to the nothingness that it really is, going, gone. Let the inner radiance of your true self shine through. Just surrender into that. There's really nothing else to do and nowhere else to go, and nothing else to think about. Just breathe and out through your nose, relax, be still. Still and know that I am God. Injunction in the Bible. So just allow God, Source, Creator, whatever you want to call it, to come in and just show you. And so just gently now coming back, this deep state into an awareness of the body and the breath, senses and the world. On the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, nice deep breath in, breathing in through the nose. Notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises, and subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And you pause at the top of the inhale and smile. And scan your mind, noticing thoughts, emotions, and body sensations going on. So clearly it feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting, and then just blow it away with the breeze of your breath. So exhale and just let it out. Blow it all away to the nothingness it really is. And just rest here, peace and stillness for a few moments. So notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair and your feet touching the ground. So noticing anything going on, remind yourself that I'm not alone experiencing the effects of my thoughts and my perceptions. They affect everyone. So, count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground, notice what you're feeling, touching your hands, maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, notice that. Notice what you're smelling, hearing perhaps. Noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state of mind. State beyond illusions. It's only the truth is there. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free, says Yeshua. So just stay rooted in this deeper awareness. Carry this with you into bed and into tomorrow. It's going to guide you in all your thoughts, your words, your actions. So it is said and so it is done. Now on the count of 3, you open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, and we're going to practice today's lesson one more time, just as you look around. Keep your eyes on whatever they happen to rest on briefly and say, I'm not alone experiencing the effects of how I see or perceive this wall, for instance, or this table, this chair, this computer. Do this for, say, half a dozen objects. Very casually, there's no rush, no attempt to really select anything or avoid anything. You just apply the idea to whatever your eyes happen to rest on. I'm not alone, experiencing the effects of how I perceive whatever it is and name it. Do that a couple more times. Notice how you're feeling as you do this. Should be feeling quite peaceful and calm. Surrendered. And now to complete the exercise, say, I'm not alone, experiencing the effects of my perceiving as you look around and teaching your mind that your mind is joined, it's not alone. Because we are one. It's the fundamental law of mind. We are one. So that, on that note, that brings us to the end of tonight's meditation and the session. So thanks for joining, Orly, and namaste. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Namaste. Good night.
Sleep well.
You too.
Okay. So I'm logging off. Night, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow. We've got a live session tomorrow at 12:30 UK time. It's 1:30 SA time. It's 1:30 Central European time, 2:30 SA time. So I hope to see you then for our live session. We'll read and discuss the lesson for tomorrow, which is I'm not alone in experiencing the effects of my thoughts. So we get a little preview of that just now. Thanks to everyone who joined, and yeah, good session. Really good thoughts there. Really, the key messages: let go and trust that Yeshua is in charge, and that our separate self can be undone if we give it over to this process. So namaste. This is the true self, Christ.